Starts pouring rain the moment I start streaming. Coincidence? I think not. Who's excited? I'm excited. I know I've actually streamed this game before, but A, a lot of content has come out since then. B, we've never reviewed it. And man, I'm curious how this one's going to review. This is good. Check it out. It's a blend. This is... oh wow. Sarsaparilla, cinnamon, ginger, burdock, dandelion, cardamom, or clove bud, black pepper, juniper berry, yellow dock root, and red clover leaf. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a game I love. It's probably not going to review very well. I am, as ever, your host, the Lure Runner. You can call me Captain Runner. Thank you very much. Oh, it's so good, Radisvik. It smells so good, too. Just smell it. It's just spiced enough. Yeah, this is a game that's getting the sushi tag. It might not review well, but this will be one of our perfect examples of a game that's probably not going to review well, but is getting the sushi tag. As with our previous MMO, a lot of people donated to make this happen. Shoutouts and gratitude to Tyler Wasgren, Kira White Noise, Frieza 2000, Justin T 1977, Tizara, Hariant, Spinobi, Pesnator, FM Aylward, Flygand Tunen, Lune Ruth, Mapoindexter, Noel 899, Voice of Authorita, Binary 33, Sodic Doctor, Jesse's Mask, Javin, Hanzarilli, Bloopmaster, Lanowin, M. Rodsky, Vigilant 00, A Pack of 12 Ninjas, Fuzzy Duck, Croatia HF, Rit 18, Jukeboz, Ben Smack, MPPY, Thy End of the Line, Gundenium 13, Chris Vilker, Gijo Rulv, Ryman 6000, Gantoris 99, Cumanization, Quahir the Windlord, Atra, Razulia, Darth Madoro, Wenlock, Sputnik Lock, Mr. Botland, Mr. Red, Savicom, Melciniton, One-Winged Angel, Bragwin, Warpcore, Diabepis, the person who put this on the books, Mike Romano, and our majority shareholder, by virtue of having donated about 80% of the funds for this game by himself, Emperor Valerian. Thank you, all of you, very, 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 very much for making this run happen. I am rather excited. And I've been doing a lot of prep work for this run, so I hope you're going to enjoy it. Gigapudding, thank you for the sub. What do you want to put it towards? And be okay. Last I heard, you were not okay. And that's one of the reasons why, you know, I was worried. Plus, you haven't given me your lines yet, Giga. And now I'm getting sub-bombed. Hang on, I'm not actually quite ready for that. Not quite. Give me a second. Okay, so Gigapudding, putting it towards Hyrule Warriors, awesome. SDR93, who is awesome. Thank you very much, SDR. I'll be putting that towards XCOM 2. And Seraphim, Altaniel, thank you very, very, very much. The tea smells so good. I wish I could just have some smell-o-vision and just hold it up, right, and be like, here you go. I don't want to hold it too close. It's still quite hot, but yeah. Now I know that feeling very well, Gigapudding. I hope you're doing all right, for real. What kind of tea? I just said, I'm not going to repeat myself. It's a whole bunch of mix. All right, so here's the deal. Let's get some basics out of the way first, okay? First and foremost, we're playing nothing but our own music throughout the course of this game. Why? Because there's probably about 20% of the music in STO is unique music to STO, and it's actually not all that bad. The other 80% is music that is Star Trek music repurposed. Copy wrong is the thing. We've actually already experienced this, so we're going to go ahead and just kind of skip out of it entirely, and we're going to not even bother. So I have several playlists ready to go in order to play our own music in order to help us get through this. So we're just going to completely dodge copyright. I'm sorry, there's nothing else I can really do about that until I take over the world. Yeah, there's some good music in this game, too. Yes, I did, Warp Core. Thank you, Red2, for being a part of my show. I'll put that towards Wing Commander 1. So that's the first thing I wanted to mention. Now, how does that affect the review? Well, here's how this is going to work out. I am going to give this game one and only one positive for music. I know the music in this game, the unique music, and it's good. It's not great, it's not amazing, and it's not fantastic, but it is worthy of one positive. Other than that, the music is not going to matter for the review, because it just kind of doesn't matter. Most of the music they use is recycled, and we've already established this during the Grand Theft Auto thing. If you don't make a song for your game, if you just take someone else's music and use it, you don't get credit for that. We already talked about that. Now, music direction can matter, but that one's a little trickier, more case by case, and effectively impossible to judge. We're just going to call that one a wash. So, that's the music thing. The second thing, when we did the FF14 run, and hopefully when we do the tour run, we're going to have a whole bunch of people, we had and will have a whole bunch of people helping us with the run, because y'all are awesome, and I appreciate the company. Uniquely, we will not be doing that in STO, maybe with a couple of exceptions. Now, I want to kind of explain that a little bit. First of all, part of this is from the lore run, where we learned the hard way what it's like bringing people into the group for something like this. But here's the thing. This game is... I love it. I love Star Trek Online. I love it to death. I play it literally every day. The last time I played it was literally last night. But here's the thing. This game was made... I'm amazed this game runs. I'm not joking about that. There's no memes here. There's no it's no. No, this game, it is nothing short of astonishing that this game is still functional. I went a lot more in depth into the behind the scenes for the lore run. If you want to hear more about the details, go watch that. But here's the super summary, okay? The original team, yes, actually, Ross, the original team that first showed up, that first made Star Trek Online, is not this team. Different team, different developer, different publisher, different label entirely. It was a completely different everything. And they were throwing together a game that was coming out for this when this game came out, which was over 10 years ago. Well over 10 years ago at this point. Now, I actually happened to be there when Star Trek Online, the original, was first launched. It wasn't as bad as FF14 1.0 because nothing is, but it was basically a Bronze Era MMO. You'd pop in, you'd make a character, you'd fight some Borg, because that's the dumbest possible thing you could do, and then that was kind of it, actually. There was no actual content to speak of in the original format of the game. This is because of all the behind-the-scenes stuff I just alluded to, which is over in the lore run. Once all that resolved, yeah, the very first quest, the tutorial quest, was the Borg. If you know anything about Star Trek, you know why that's stupid. We'll talk more about that later. Thank you, Silver Mask. Always appreciate you. Thank you. So, is it obvious I've been looking forward to this run, by the way? I'm always told it's audible or visible in the way I interact with them. Anyways, so they were like, yes, by the way, that is a Lexington. I love that ship. It's the USS Dreadnought. So, the way this worked out was there wasn't a lot of content. They lost the rights. It kind of got bounced around between companies, and it landed in a group which would eventually be called Cryptic, which is the current developer's team. Now, in case you missed that, the people currently developing for this game didn't make this game. Now, that's actually pretty unusual. This is the equivalent of, let's say several of you decide to pick up an old game and start making a mod for it. And then you keep adding mods to that, and you keep developing the mod, and you keep updating the mod over time. You didn't make the core game. Yeah, I was going to say, this does happen. There are examples of this. We have actually covered a game like this, Enderall, if you want to count that. But yeah, the people who make this game are not the people who made this game. That's hurdle number one with regards to why there's so many issues here. Hurdle number 2. So you're probably wondering, I'm going to tie this in here, okay? You're probably wondering one of the reasons why we pushed Star Trek Online so much further ahead on the list. I actually did dump a little bit of dealer's choice in it, not as much as I had to. But one of the reasons why is because this game is at a very unique financial position. It makes enough money to keep going, but not enough money to be better. Anybody who's ever done any kind of development or project management of any kind, software or otherwise, knows that it's one thing to keep building the road, it's another thing to go back and fix the road, right? So this game is profitable, thank God. It has been profitable for a while, but it's riding that line, okay? They keep pushing out content. They keep getting in new people. They've got more support from Paramount. That's good. But it doesn't make enough money to fix the literally hundreds of issues this game has. We will probably see several on camera, whether I want to show them off or not. By the way, I do have a lifetime subscription to this, and I absolutely intend to continue doing so. But anyways, yeah, no, there's still glitches that are actually, I mean, this is probably going to be a 3 negative bug game. Almost no question. Sorry, I just realized there's no music playing. Let me get you some music. Hang on. Whoops, I just didn't mean that. There you go. So, the game keeps going. And honestly, most of the content's legit. There's several awesome story arcs. The game is made with so much love. It is very clearly made by people who don't just adore Star Trek, but really want to put out the best Star Trek game they can. Emphasis on the word can. There's effort. You can see how much they vary the mission structure, how much they vary the story structure, how much they try to tie things in, not just to be, you know, a fanfic, but in a way that makes sense. In a way that makes more sense than the show does. This does. I love the current arc. In fact, I love every arc in this game except one, which happens to be the Discovery/Klingon arc. But the fact that it's Discovery is coincidental, and I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it when we get there. The point is, this game freaking nails it in a way that, honestly, nothing has since Enterprise Season 4, if I can be blunt about that. There was originally a story arc in this. It's actually been axed. We'll talk about that, too. Which tied in Star Trek Voyager, Star Trek Enterprise, Star Trek TOS, and Star Trek Deep Space Nine seamlessly, in a way that lined up all of their separate arcs and made them make perfect sense and cohese together, and it was awesome. I'm so sad that it got ejected. It didn't connect with TNG, no. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, this is canon. I know that's not how canon works, so I'm lying. That's not canon. Canon is what the people who own the product say it is. But this is Star Trek. This is what I consider to be the history of the setting post Deep Space Nine, post Nemesis. Now, there's other things I'd like to discuss. Why was it axed? We'll get there. We'll get there. This is legitimately better. I'm not an anti-New Trek person. I'm also not a pro-New Trek person. But this is better than New Trek. Period. Anyways. One moment. How many things could take the supernova, the Hibiscope explosion, and turn it into an amazing story arc? How many writers can do that? Not all of them. So, a couple other things to cover here. A lot of actors from Star Trek have popped in periodically. Not all of them. Remember, this game doesn't make that much money. It does make money. It is profitable. And again, nowadays, now that it's being more supported by Paramount, and now that Paramount isn't ignoring Star Trek like they were doing for years, there is more general support to getting actors in and getting people involved. By the way, one of the very final performances that Rene Auberjonois ever gave was as Odo in this game. By the way, he nails it too. We'll get there when we get there. So, a lot of actors are in here. A lot of them. But there's some that are just absent because they couldn't afford them. Kate Mulgrew was actually too expensive to them for years. They actually reached out to her several times, and she kept saying, or rather, her agent, kept saying no. They never got Avery Brooks. That's actually really complicated why they never got Avery Brooks. That's a whole other thing. But they never got Avery Brooks. They didn't get Patrick Stewart, way out of their price range. And, you know, a lot of the original series, like, they don't get Shatner. But they did get a lot of people. They got a whole bunch of people for this. They got Michael Dorn. Michael Dorn was actually one of the early ones. Along with, oh my god, I can't think of his name. He plays the Doctor. I can't think of his freaking name. What's the actor's name? Help me out here. The Doctor. Robert Picardo, thank you. Robert Picardo was actually in the original version of this game, believe it or not, along with Michael Dorn, Leonard Nimoy, and I think there's like one other one. By the way, Robert Picardo did not actually play the Doctor. He wouldn't show up until way later during the Delta arc. No, he played just a random hologram. They just brought him in for like a really quick thing. Oh yeah, thank you, Chase Masterson. That's it. I knew there was someone, because she's cool. Chase Masterson's legit. And they got Denise Crosby relatively early on, but not super early on. So we'll get to that one too. But yeah, they brought in most of the original cast. They brought in were people who were just kind of cool, to put it simply. Again, think about all the actors I just mentioned, for God's sakes. And so as a result, most of the actors I just mentioned had reasonably large roles, because they wanted to give her that, you know, give her. I was thinking Denise Crosby. They wanted to give them that. They wanted to reward them. So, spoilers: Lita is a pretty major character in this. For those of you not aware of that. So is Sela, if you're wondering. But again, over time they started getting more and more people because they started getting more and more cred. So we see almost the entire Deep Space Nine cast. We will have Aaron Eisenberg. There's another F in chat. We will have, God, I can't think of all their names. We will have Quark and Bashir and Kira and Odo. I already mentioned him. We're going to have Garrick is going to be back. It's just so many. We're going to have so many. It's going to be awesome. I hope you're looking forward to it. Yeah, it was all but Brooks and Colmini. Morn's in this game. I'm not joking. Now, I'm kind of just winding you up. I do apologize. But I wanted to give you an idea of how this is, because this is a very unique MMO. This isn't going to be like FF14 or WoW or Tor, all three of which will follow mostly the same format, which we already saw during the FF14 review. STO is kind of its own thing, and I'll try to discuss some of the mechanics and the mechanisms of the game and how it functions differently than most MMOs. But let me just say, for all it does wrong, and by God, it does a lot wrong, I love this game to death. If you're even remotely interested in an MMO or Star Trek or just a space MMO, absolute recommend. Now, you ask, is this game new user-friendly? I'm going to be honest, I'm not the person to ask that anymore. I know this game way too well. I know far too much about the in-depth mechanics and functioning of how this game operates. I'm not sure if I can gauge if this is new player-friendly. I know Bregwin played it, started recently. I know Emperor Valerian started recently. They'd probably be better people to ask than me. That being said, for those of you not aware, this game is free. We'll be discussing the specific nature of how free this game is as we go through this. But here's the only thing you need to know right now. You do not have to pay 1 cent into this game to experience all the content and to enjoy all the content. And I don't mean that with a frickin' asterisk. I don't mean that with a spend 10,000 hours to grind out loot boxes. I mean, you can play the whole game 100% free. It's one of the best free-to-play games I've ever seen in my life, and I've seen a lot of them. That is a perfect segue into my next topic. The second reason I pushed this game forward is relatively recently this game and its developer were purchased by Gearbox. Now I could end that sentence right there. I could just, period. But that has me worried. And that's had me worried ever since they did that. So, allow me to say this as bluntly as I can. If you want to enjoy this game, play it now. That's the second reason, by the way, that I mentioned that this might be a problem. I'm going to go ahead and tell you the third problem right now. So, some of you may or may not know that there's another game done by the same umbrella, which is called Neverwinter Online. Not Neverwinter Nights, different thing. Now, for those of you who ever played it, Neverwinter was actually a pretty good game. It was based on 4th edition Dungeons & Dragons, set in Neverwinter. And it was a decent game. I liked it. It did a lot right. And then it got very slowly, horrifically turned into something not as bad as Diablo Immortal, but it was the old example that I used for how to do terrible predatory practices before Diablo Immortal came out. So it's at the number 2 slot. Josh Strife Hayes actually has a whole discussion about it, if you want to go see far more details on it. But all I'm going to say is that it's one of those horrifically insidious things where I literally can't explain it to you in one sentence. Because it's like this, and 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 this. And that's the problem. Now, that has yet to hit Star Trek Online. Now, Star Trek Online does have a few issues. I'm not going to try and spackle over that. Probably the biggest issue with Star Trek Online is every time they introduce a new major ship, especially one you could buy from the shop, it tends to be just generally better than the previous ships. This game also really encourages you to keep playing it. It has that daily trap thing. In fact, I hope to do my daily today. So, and yeah, the best ships cost money, period. The best gear costs money, period. And that is a problem. And there is a slowly escalating power creep problem the game has been dealing with for a while now. Correct, Flag End. So I'll be showing off some of that. I'll be talking about some of that. But, again, you need to be aware of that. And yes, dilithium refining is still capped to 8K a day. Oh my god, I don't want to talk about the dilithium economy. One moment, please. Oh, that's such good tea. So, let's talk about the structure of how we're going to review this. We're actually going to do something very similar to what we did during the lore run. You notice I got my characters over there. That's my main, Merlinette. You may remember her from the last run. You like my armor, by the way? I spent a while, longer than I probably should have, getting this set up. That's all in-game armor. I mean, it's technically cosmetic, but whatever. I'm wearing Voth, and my 2 engineers are both wearing Voth. Then I've got my security personnel who is in Terran armor, and my other security personnel who is in Gamma Quadrant armor. Yogi Imperial Star Destroyer is the name of the brand. Correct, Giga Pudding. Yes, Pika. I might be a little bit behind on questions today, by the way. I apologize, because I got a lot to cover, a lot to talk about, and also I can barely see the question bot. I just want to show off very quickly. We'll get to that, Dream Whisperer. That's a huge aspect of this. So I do actually have... This was actually my Delta recruit right here. Notice I'm in the pilot ship back there. I'm not really going to do anything on my Delta recruit. I'm just pointing it out. Because, as you can see, this is how the nature of this select screen works. You got the ship you currently have equipped in the background. By the way, yes, that is the Kin Firewall Cloaked Burrell. I'm very proud of that sucker. And as you can see, you can have a crew of whatever. I actually specifically set up my Klingon to show this off a little bit. I got a Gorn right there, a Klingon. You can't quite see him because he's hidden behind the thing, but that is a Riemann and a Jem'Hadar. And of course, I do have my Jem'Hadar. Now, he's boring. He's just got a bunch of Jem'Hadar, but that ship in the background is probably the single prettiest ship in the entire game, in my opinion. And then we've got my Romulan, who I'll probably never really do anything with again. But, you know, Romulans are also a thing you can do. I'm just never getting rid of it. That's the second prettiest ship, by the way. But yeah, I have the Star Destroyer. I love that thing. Look at that. Look at it. It's the Jem'Hadar Carrier Dreadnought, I believe. That thing is a beautiful ship. I love that thing. That would have been funny, Mike Romano. I will be starting a new character, one of each, quite literally. And then we're going to go ahead and show off a couple of things that we can't do on our Fed. And then we're going to switch to our Fed, my main, and we're going to do the rest of the game on her. Now, you're probably thinking, how does that work? Well, this ties into that New Game Plus question. I'll show it off in action, but let me just say, one of the things this game does best, and I mean that, is it lets you replay missions infinitely, forever. There's no, you know how, and that sounds so strange, but I have to stress this. Most MMOs, you do a quest, the quest is done, you move on. In STO, from the very beginning, quests were always intended to be replayable. So you could just go back and replay any of the quests at any time, forever, infinitely. I cannot stress how much of a godsend this is for a streamer, but also it's very cool for many other reasons. Because if you ever feel like replaying a specific quest, you can do that. If you feel like getting the reward you didn't pick up last time, you can do that. Yeah, this is the second best New Game Plus I have ever seen in my life. The only thing that surpasses this is Diablo 3. Now, there are some caveats to that, because there always are, but I do need to, you know, I should probably go ahead and start actually explaining a few things. So let's go ahead and make a new character. So what do we got here? We got a Fed, Klingon, Romulan, Gross, Jem'Hadar. I don't know what is that? Hang on, what do we got here? Romulan? Who would want to make a Romulan? God. Right, I should probably unmute the game in general. Sorry, give me a sec. I usually play this game muted. There we go. Now, hang on. So let's go through in the order and do character creation. So we got Discovery. Nobody likes Discovery. I'm joking. I'm joking. We got Dominion, of course. We got all sorts of stuff. We can do all kinds of directions here. We got to have miniskirts. Miniskirts are mandatory. We got a Romulan. What do you want to do first? Pick one. Other than Romulans. Pick Romulans last. Jem'Hadar? Let's do TOS first. Game might be a little quiet. So we can be a human, an Andorian, a Tellarite, or a Vulcan. We probably should do Discovery first. That's actually a good point. There's actually 3 Starfleets, by the way, Giga Pudding. Let's see. Andorians. I mean, blue is good, you know? Blue. No, Giga Pudding, no! We could be Vulcan. Vulcans are boring, though. Nobody likes Vulcans. Ugh. Although I do like that hair. I don't think so, FML word, but I'm not sure about the new stuff. Okay, we'll do Andorian. We'll do Andorian. Fine. We'll do Andorian. So, let's start talking about how there are classes in this game. There are no classes in this game. You can choose between engineering, science, and tactical. Let's be 100% clear about this. This choice barely matters. If you... No opinion, Pika. If you really want to min-max, you can. This choice does not matter. Play whatever you want to. Now, hang on. So let's discuss this. There's 2 things that this is going to change, and that's it. Okay, hang on. Let's be complete. There are 3 things this is going to change. I just noticed the music just stopped. Hang on. Sorry, I'm going to switch playlists. Now that we're making. So, it changes a significant amount of your ground skills. It changes your space skill. I know there's several, but there's only one that matters. And it changes what interactions you can do on certain specific missions. The reason I say play whatever you want is because, yeah, this is effectively a cosmetic choice. The only real difference is the fact that you're in tactical, science, or engineering. Now, this matters more for some of your buffs and some of the other abilities you can get. But all of that's ground-based. And I'm going to be 100% honest. I don't use any of my... I'm actually a science on my main. Because I thought it would be a healer. And I was kind of right. Engineer is also a healer, by the way. Tactical can also heal. So... But for all intents and purposes, this is flavor. So we're Andorian, so of course we're going to be tactical. Which is why we're yellow, because TOS. If you don't get that joke, don't worry about it. So, as usual, we got presets. They are exactly what they sound like. We've got a couple of options here. Now, this is, in comparison to some of the other character creators we've covered lately, this isn't going to be super blowing you away. There's some good cosmetics in this one, but this is just kind of whatever. As you can see, we're a little bit limited spaced on our species, as, you would imagine. If you want to have no limits whatsoever when you make an alien. And I know what you're thinking, what's an alien? No, I mean literally make an alien. It's called alien. And you can just do all the presets in whatever direction you want to. This, however, well, I honestly think this speaks for itself. This is exactly as in-depth as it looks. And you can make a lot of changes here. I'm not going to mess with this right now. But it's possible to make something distorted, weird, cool, awesome. Pretty much anything in between. You can do a lot of customization here. By the way, this is just the head customization. The body customization is down here. There's actually less options, but as you can see, there's still quite a few. Now, if you're playing a typical Star Trek Online character that I see running around ESD, then you're doing... There we go, boom. That's not even as big as I've seen. I think it actually gets bigger on set. I've seen so many people wandering around with, like, watermelons under their chest. It's actually distracting. Anyways. So yeah, you can do a whole lot of stuff here. Now, here's the part that I actually think is really cool, personally. So, how many of you like the TOS uniforms? Let's go ahead and get some pants here. Do we have any pants? We can just do skin if we wanted to. Let's see what else we got here. We've actually got a few unlocked. Go with that. Actually, we're stuck with the skirt. We can also go with some softer boots, make that a little bit more comfortable. You know what? I feel like wearing some pants instead. Anybody with some pants? Yeah, let's fix the belt. That's just ridiculous. There we go. How's that? That's a little bit better. Hang on, what else we got here? Gotta put our rank insignia up there. Very important. We've got a couple of badges. Now, you're probably wondering about what the hell is with all these different command badges. So, on the off chance you've never studied Star Trek TOS to a stupid degree like I have, back in the TOS era, that chevron was specifically the Enterprise's symbol. It wasn't Starfleet's symbol. From TNG and onwards, that became the Starfleet symbol. But early on, you see how it's changing? This was different based on which ship you were assigned to. There's the Defiant, there's the Enterprise, there's the Eternal. Most of the ones you're seeing here are actually from the show, too. If you pay attention in TOS, you may or may not notice that they do have different badges and different patches, depending on which ship they're assigned to. As you can see, there's a couple. There's also the Lifetime, which of course I have, because why wouldn't I? I only regret not buying the Lifetime sooner. We can also get a vest thing if we want to, because we're Andorian. Yeah, Enterprise didn't even have badges, correct. They hadn't gotten to there yet. Let's see, we've also got the Andorian Smock. We've got, like, the dress uniform. The usual, of course. We can also just do a simple dress. Just makes the color there so we know which thing we're in. That's a good question, Mike Romano. I'm not sure if it's worth getting Lifetime now. I don't regret getting Lifetime when I did, but that's whatever. Now, there's a lot of other stuff I could cover here, but I think for the character creator itself, I think this is easily 2+ territory. I'm not sure it's 3+ territory. We were talking about that when we were going through Code Vein. What are we thinking? Yeah, I'm debating. See, what I'm thinking, what we thought about during Code Vein was what would be a 3+ situation. We came up with several games that would be 3+. I don't remember, Darth. How much did we give FF14 for character creation? We're just going to keep with the golden number guesses, Mike Kamano. If you want to keep guessing. It should be open. Pretty sure I opened it. I mean, this is actually better than Code Vein. Like, objectively better. Ignoring the additional sliders, the fact is we can actually change our outfit in multiple modular ways. What this is, this might not look like a lot of customization, but that's because we're doing TOS. Trust me when I say we have way more clothing options even for starting. So, yeah, you know what? I'm easily talked into it. 3 pluses for character creator. Yeah, Saints Row is another 3+ situation. That's when we were talking about it. So, next. Captain, do you have any females in chat right now? Let's see, as I'm looking at my chat here. I don't... Well, we'll talk about the outfit thing in a minute. Bragwin, perfect. This is you now, Bragwin. Of the USS, what do you the Muffin. Okay, the USS Muffin. Oh yeah, it's Ryza right now. Yes, I'll play the tutorial.
Captain's log, stardate 6147.4. We're orbiting planet Taurus 2 in the Murasaki 312 Nebula. Our orders: investigate the disappearance of a science vessel in this area. Search and rescue operations are about to commence.
Yeah, you're gonna see the summer event thing a lot. So, first of all, I'm just gonna let you soak in the nostalgia there for a second. Also to turn it up a little bit. I usually turn it down. That's my bad.
To move, use the W, A, S, and D keys. To look around, hold down the right mouse button and move your mouse.
That should be good. So, let's go ahead and give a 1 negative to gameplay right now. I'm going to hit the move forward button. Okay, let me pull up my quest log. I mean, let me cut a queue for something. So, it doesn't save bindings per account. It saves bindings per character. When I say bindings, I mean everything. Like, there's actually very few options that stick across characters, including the fact that this stupid spam is still there in the chat log, which is probably one of the biggest irritations to me personally. Now, if that was an option, like it is in WoW you can have account bindings or character bindings. Sure. But if you can go and edit it manually, that's fine, Nexus of Concordia, but the game doesn't get credit for that. So I'm going to be pointing out a few things and not explaining them. That's for the Trek fans. If you don't get something I just paused for a moment on, just don't worry about it. I just thought I'd mention that in advance. Yes, you can do individual things, Dream Whisperer, if you want to. So I'm going to go talk to this lovely fellow here, Ensign Hunter. We got some science office people. So I should probably mention something else. This is correct, Darth Chairman. This is another interesting thing that feels weird, looks odd, and even looks amateur, but is actually really smart and is a really good decision gameplay-wise. Everything's bigger, with very few exceptions. This bridge should probably overall be probably about 2/3 to half the size. It should be much smaller. And that's true across the board. Everything is bigger. All the hallways are huge. All the rooms are huge. All the cities are huge, etc., 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 right? Now, you might be thinking, why is that good, Lore? Well, here's my camera. You notice anything weird about my camera? Because you may or may not notice that I'm not having camera issues, despite being indoors. This is why they do this. Because, believe it or not, the overwhelming majority of Star Trek sets, in fact, actually a lot of fiction in general, if you scaled them to size and then use the camera properly, you'd probably have to have the camera up about here for it to actually work out. Because the ceiling would be not that far above our head here, and we'd bonk into it like that. So they made the decision very early on to just kind of make everything bigger, and I'm absolutely in favor of that. There are a couple of specific exceptions. Most of the interior of Voyager, as well as the Enterprise D, are to scale, but that's because they were selling those as a specific, hey, do you want to buy this interior thing? So, want to do first-person view? Well, I don't hate myself, Andrew, so. Anyways. Oh yeah, Deep Space Nine is also to scale, and you know what, hang on. I can show this off really quickly. Let me show you DS9 to scale. Give me a sec. I'm on Ryza right now, chilling, you know, having all the sex, because that's what you do on Ryza. It's all you do on Ryza, apparently. You don't do anything else. Just hang out and have sex. Fly around in a jet. By the way, you get a jetpack. Did I mention that? Anyways, so I'm going to stop screwing around here. Let's head up. Get some music going here as we travel. Yeah, I've got a surfboard on Ryza too. We'll talk about that bug later. I like how we've already run into our first bug. We're, what, 20 seconds into actually playing? Actually, let's just do this. This is probably faster. You gonna let me do that? No. So there's another bug. 2 bugs we've run into. That was fast. Let's go with... This should work. Yep, there we go. I'm not exaggerating or joking, by the way. We literally have already run into 2 bugs. By the way, most of the ships are to scale, so my ship may not look big, but there's the Enterprise, the original Enterprise, next to my ship. It's not even as big as my nacelles. Anyways, I actually think this ship is too big, but whatever. So you may recognize this place. So I have a specific song in place for this place. So, I'm just showing this off briefly. It may not really look the same, but you see how much more claustrophobic DS9 is immediately, just in comparison to that bridge we were just on? Look at this. Look at these ceilings. That's because this is to scale. This has not been expanded out. So this is exactly as it should be. So we're okay kind of when we're here, except when we've got those things. You see my point, right? This is a good way to emphasize my point of how relatively cramped things look when you don't have the oversized hallways. Yeah, so it used to be scaled out, then they replaced it with the proper scaling version, which, in fairness, looks much cooler. By the way, baseball came back. It does work here, and it does work in the other 2 places they do it, but yeah. Anyways, back to our rando Braguin. Lieutenant Junior Grade. Aboard the USS Muffin, I believe it was. Come on, there you go. Okay, so we're back onto our ship. Let's get back into this. So obviously here's the quest thing.
Lieutenant, we've located the wreckage of a crashed ship down there. I need to get boots on the ground. Find out what's going on. Take a landing party down to the surface. Assess the situation, and look for survivors.
We'll beam down right away, sir.
Not so fast. We can't use the transporters due to atmospheric interference. You'll need to take a shuttlecraft down. Use the sensors to locate a safe landing site.
Okay. Let's go scan the planet, then. So, let's go ahead and talk about some of the basic functionality of the game. Obvious as WASD. Jump is jump. It looks absolutely ridiculous. You'll see a lot of people just hopping around. So one of the things I mentioned before, that this game is held together by duct tape and dreams. I'm really not joking about that. So one of the biggest problems that computer programmers have had for literally decades at this point is pathfinding. Now, I want you to look around and tell me what the problem is with pathfinding just on this one bridge. If you come up with anything less than 5 things wrong with it, then you still need to keep looking. Because these chairs would be things they could get stuck on. They could get stuck behind the chairs. They could get stuck on the other people. There's this thing right here. There's this ledge. There's this ledge. And there's these staircases. All of this is the kind of stuff that pathfinding needs to deal with, right? So the pathfinding in this game, they come up with a weirdly elegant solution for how terrible it is. The enemies and the piece, all the AIs, they completely ignore pathfinding and they just jump. They just pick a direction, go straight to it, and they just jump over anything in their way. So they look like this as they're going around. It's really funny to watch sometimes, especially in combat, because you're like, ah, it's you, and they're just jumping all over the place as they're doing it. It looks hysterical. It works. It works, but it is funny to watch. So that's jumping, that's moving, that's terrain, that's AI. Let's look at the radar on the mini-map in the upper right. Now, that's smaller than I like it, but that's because we're on a new character. So we can zoom this out to be useless, and we can zoom it in to be actually worth a damn. It's actually really detailed if you zoom it in all the way. I don't blame you if you don't. You notice even random NPCs are actually labeled here. And of course, there's your quest objective, along with your other quest objectives if you happen to have any. Excuse me. It's actually a fairly informative and useful minimap, except when it isn't. The biggest problem with the minimap is there's this weird tendency. I'm going to try to show this off. So you see how the quest zone is just getting bigger as we're zooming out? So now we can see our quest is right there, right? No problem. So let's zoom in, and let's zoom out really quickly. So where's our quest objective? On the minimap. Yeah, so it doesn't always do it. You notice it took me 2 attempts to make that happen. But occasionally it either just goes away, or fails to load, or shrinks for some reason. Bugs. But this game has a lot of bugs. While we're talking about bugs, I did actually, I think I had some flank steak that I had cooking while I was recording. I was very efficient with my lunch break today. So, someone mentioned transporting. So anybody who's played any video game ever knows that there's something called spawning. Spawning is when an enemy comes into existence. A specific MOB is pulled forward, usually pulled from a template, and dropped into the game world so you can interact with it, right? Now, well, let's not even talk about that, Mike Kamano. I know that sounds like a strange thing to talk about, something so basic. But one of the most basic tricks that has been around since about the early 90s is to play a specific animation anytime a spawn happens to try and cover it so they don't literally pop in out of the ether, which is what happened on earlier games, right? So there would be like a or whatever, right? There would be some kind of animation and some kind of sound effect to show that something popped in. In this game, you beam in. Anytime something spawns, it goes whoosh. And sometimes there's different colors to the beam for different people, for different organizations, but everything beams in. This gets unintentionally hilarious sometimes when you're down in like a cave and a whole bunch of critters just beam in front of you and start attacking you in their home that you're invading. Or maybe you go to Nukara and start interacting with Atholians, and a bunch of Atholians beam in right in front of you. It looks really funny. But anyways. Oh, we're going to Nukara. Okay, very interesting report. Let's go talk to the captain.
Did you find a suitable landing area?
I should mention there's a lot of voice acting in this game, which is good. Yes, sir. There's a good-sized clearing close to the crash site.
Excellent. I've assigned Ensign Mears to your landing party. She's been to Taurus 2 before. Her insight will be quite valuable. Meet up with her and the others in the shuttle bay. Don't forget to grab a phaser in the armory on your way. From what I've read in Jim Kirk's report, Taurus 2 can get a little rough.
So how many of you remember the planet Taurus 2 from TOS? Liar! None of you remember that planet. I don't even remember that planet. I've done this before. Quick showcase of the hallway. Notice the lighting effect actually took a few seconds to pop in afterwards. So, this is a fairly common... Oh yeah, several magmag. Like a lot of them, honestly. This is a fairly common thing the game does. I actually appreciate this. The game bothers in everywhere that's supposed to be populated to effectively have random NPCs that just roam around like this. And I don't know, it's a minor thing. It's probably only one positive worthy, but I do think this qualifies as NPC set dressing, as making it feel a little bit more lived in and fleshed out than just, you know... Imagine this, but without all these people walking through here. Imagine just the quest NPC, me, and an empty corridor, and you see why I appreciate this kind of stuff. It's not the best, but I do think it is one positive worthy. So we'll go ahead and jot down NPC set dressing there. Yeah, it would feel completely dead and empty, like in different directions. That's the best part. But anyways, yeah, exactly. NPC set dressing is literally people as doodads. Okay.
Ensign Tarsi, reporting for duty. The captain's asked me to make sure you get back in one piece, and I intend to do just that.
Thanks, Tarsi. What do you know about Taurus 2?
Let's see. M-class planet? Barely. The Taurians are big, primitive, and quick to anger. I'd keep my phaser handy if I were you. Speaking of which, if you want to follow me to the armory, we can make sure your phaser is properly calibrated.
Lead the way, Ensign.
Your mini-map shows you where your objectives are. An arrow will appear on the mini-map if your items have a glow around them. Walk up and press F to interact with the phaser to pick it up.
So that's not a bug so much as a design flaw. It is extremely easy to have dialogue run into itself. I will make an effort not to do that, even though I literally just screwed up on that. But honestly, that's so bad that probably deserves a negative. I'm not sure if that's gameplay or story. But let's just say that it wouldn't be the first time if during this run we hear dialogue from completing a mission while we're hearing dialogue during the mission. Because we're up here and they're still talking back here and they just talk over each other. You don't like llamas, Uthor? What's your thing with the llamas? All right, so yeah, that feels like audio overlap issues. We'll put that in question mark. We'll see how bad that is. But it's a thing. It's a thing. So let's grab a phaser. Go ahead and try out our phaser here. So ground combat in this game. You know, moving on. We will honestly do a more in-depth discussion of the ground combat later.
Good job, Lieutenant. That should be enough, unless you want more practice.
All you need to know right now is ground combat is not why you play this game. That's the only thing you need to know up front. Ignore the dead people. Ignore the people beaming in because they're spawning in mid-corridor. I already talked about that. Oh yeah, I should be running. Run everywhere. We always run everywhere.
Ensign Mears, reporting is ordered. I'm ready when you are. Though I can't say I'm happy to see Taurus 2 again.
Why is that, Ensign?
I was one of the so-called Galileo 7, a science team sent to study the Murasaki effect. Our shuttle crashed on Taurus 2. Not all of us made it back to the Enterprise alive.
Recognizing the episode yet? Because we're directly referencing it now.
Thank you. You can see why I'm reluctant to return to such a place.
I do, but you're the only one on board with local experience. Your insight will be invaluable.
Yes, of course you're right, Lieutenant. I am a Starfleet officer, and I will perform my duties. You can count on me.
Oh, I never doubted you for a second. I should probably mention the voice acting in this game ranges from incredible to, not incredible. I will, however, say, as an aside, most of the really bad voice acting is no longer in the game. It's been slowly phased out. Because when this game first came out, it was voiced by the people in the office. Just Bob from accounting voice acting. So anyways. Just gonna leave all those pop-ups up there.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Thanks, Lieutenant. Thanks, Mr. Nimoy. So yeah, there's the Delta Flyer. There's our ship, which I forget which class that is. Of course he just knows. So we're in the Copernicus here. Oh wow, it's been so long since I've gained experience in this game. So, we'll talk more about group combat in a minute.
Ugh. It's just as grim as I remember it here. My skin is crawling. I can't help but feel like the creatures are out there, watching us, waiting to attack.
Stay alert. They very well could be.
Right. Okay. It appears the ship crashed somewhere north of here. There are 2 paths from here that lead to the crash site, and there may be survivors on both. I recommend you take Alpha Team along the northwestern path, and I'll take Beta to the northeast. We'll rendezvous at the main crash site.
Sounds good. I'll see you there.
Remember, your mini-map shows you where your objectives are. An arrow will appear on the mini-map if you are far away from your objective.
The arrow is also inconsistent and honestly badly designed, but we won't talk about that now. Honestly, I feel Rise is the best place to show off how nonsense that arrow can be.
To sprint, tap the shift key while moving.
Is that a warp nacelle? Whoa. Big.
It's a... Okay. So this is a good time as any to mention some of the basics. Oh, congrats, Zactaft. I hope you're capable of seeing properly. Some of the basics of ground combat. Run around, sprint. If you're in combat, you actually have a stamina bar, which will slowly run down. And you can dodge. Dodging does actually give you some iframes. After having played this game for literally over a decade, I'm still not sure of the exact frame window for the iframes, but they're there somewhere. You gain so many dodges, then you have to let your little stamina thing at the bottom there refill before you can do that again. Combat's... So... Targeting sucks. Like, just, it sucks so hard. And so there's no real good way to target. There's ways to target. There's click, there's tab, and there's other specific hotkeys you can set up. But that's kind of it. It's just live with it. You'd have to target for the overwhelming majority of things you do. I'm not talking about crouch yet. Nevertheless, you also got your shots. So every gun, what are you doing over there? Every gun in the game, every weapon in the game, excuse me, has a primary and a secondary mode. There's actually a decent amount of complexity to how this works. All you need to know right now is that the primary mode is exactly what it sounds like, and the secondary usually does something else. It can do a vulnerability attack, it can do an exploit attack, it can have an additional status effect, it can put a dot on them, etc., right? You can put... Oh my god, they're almost in sync with their idle animations. In this case, the basic phaser has a chance to stun, and it is a expose attack specifically. Yeah, we haven't even talked about damage types yet. There's actually a lot of complexity to this game, which is something that this is probably one of the most build games I have ever played in my life, and I'm not joking about that. Trust me, we're going to go down the rabbit hole at some point on that. Not right now. But, so, yeah, you've got this, in this case, my dinky little phaser has a stun secondary attack, which also grants expose. So expose is a status effect. Expose can be exploited by an exploit attack. Make sense? That's fairly basic, but there's a lot of malleability to the specifics of how that works. A lot of melee abilities tend to be exposes, and a lot of ranged abilities tend to be exploits. But that's not a universal. There are literally hundreds of different types of weapons in this game, and many, many, many different ways to make that all work. if you're paying any kind of attention, my actual main uses an Iconian Death Beam of Destructo Doom, literally, even to this day, one of the best weapons in the entire game. Because of course I do. I'll show it off later. But the point is, that thing has a chain lightning attack. So I hit something, hits everything nearby as well. And I also have a portal to the sun. Don't worry, we'll be setting sun to stun. Don't you worry. We don't have the flamethrower anymore. Sorry, we've got much better than that. Anyways, so you've got a lot of different weapons and a lot of different things to think about. It's not just a stat thing, but instead a mutator thing, which I like. And you can tell I'm building up to a positive here. I do think that despite the problems with ground combat, which we will cover in depth, I do think that the weapons, the kit, in short, of all the different types of weapons and all the ways they can coexist and interact with each other is absolutely a positive. There's also ways to layer them properly. Pax and I have done this several points in time in our careers of playing this game, where one of us has a gun that specifically gives an exploit, and one has one that gives an expose, or we have our party members, and they all have exposes, and then we use exploits, or vice versa. You get the idea. And there's ways that you can chain that other than just the basic exploit-expose combo. So, a lot of back and forth there. So we're definitely going to jot down ground weapons. Possibly 2 pluses to that. Oh no, there's so much, Drathon. Yeah, like for those of you at home, this looks like a very basic game. Please trust me when I say there's a lot to this game. My personal favorite... Oh yeah, the drop kick. I forgot. We need to show off the drop kick at some point. My personal favorite aspect of this game is all this crap I'm talking about is optional. You can pretty much breeze through most of this game, with, like I said, without spending a penny on it and without really bothering to go down the min-max hole. That right there is something we've talked about before. We talked about that when we were covering Final Fantasy XIV. Because there's a range, and I forget, there's actually a proper industry term for this, and it's the range of acceptability on builds. If you're going to do build gameplay, you want some builds that are not feasible, and you want some builds that are, the best, but what you want is that band in the middle to be as wide as possible. And I was talking about this because I was doing some hard stat comparisons of FF14 to Guild Wars 2 to WoW, because Guild Wars 2 does that the worst, by far. It's literally a percentage. I can't think what it's called. It's like the balance range or something like that. But like Guild Wars 2's balance range is terrible. Because in Guild Wars 2, your everyday thing can be way down here in terms of how much DPS it can do. But even a minor change can be up here. And you want that to be more like here. And I'm explaining this terribly, but I talked about this during FF14, which is why I'm tripping over my thoughts. Point being, in STO, ground build diversity is in a pretty good space. Space diversity? Okay, so space build diversity is good in terms of its design, in terms of its range, which is a good thing, just like FF14, just like WoW. But we'll talk more about space later, because space goes up and up and up and up and up. There are literally people who can do million DPS runs, or builds, in space, without really trying all that hard at the actual play. For record, I do closer to about 100,000 DPS, and I am overpowered. Like, I have a really good build on 3 separate ships, and I'm nowhere near that nonsense. So you can just go way up in space. But nevertheless, believe it or not, the range is still actually relatively small, because the problem is the game doesn't put any ceilings on anything. And so they just kind of let you go wild with it. Like 20, 30, 80, all of them. Something like that. But anyways, point being, what is a DPS? DPS refers to damage per second. It refers to anything that does a damage or damage roll. It is usually used as a shorthand for damage. So, for example, if I do 1 million damage in a second, I am doing 1 million DPS. DPS can be an individual, a target, a concept, a meta, all sorts of things. There's also the difficulty settings. We'll talk about that more later. Anyways, so let's experiment here. Explorinate. See what's going on over here. Yes, Blade Travolta. That's exactly right. And that's why I say it's still well balanced, despite the no ceiling problem. Because Diablo 3 is similarly well balanced, despite the no ceiling problem. It's just... I'm trying to think of how to explain this. you have to effectively have two graphs here. One is the actual graph of the damage output capacity, and one is the graph of, I guess, feasibility. Because if you want to really go up there into the million DPS range, or the hundreds of thousands of DPS range, you have to shrink down to the fraction of a fraction of a fraction of players who actually get down there and really have everything. It's not a problem. That's what I just said, DJT. No ceiling is not a problem. No ceiling can be a problem if you have some competitive stuff, aversive stuff, or all sorts of things like that. But there is no such thing in either of the games I just mentioned, so it's not really an issue. Instead, it becomes kind of a competitive thing, but I'm getting off topic. Scan, scan, scan.
Definitely Federation tech here. What's left of a shuttlecraft's coolant assembly, according to my tricorder.
I'm secretly playing Solinare right now. I don't remember on Falkenstein. I don't remember what I've got right now. I'll show it off later. We'll get there later.
There's your crashed shuttle. What's left of it, anyway. Look. Someone's over there. I think they're hurt.
Let's give him a hand. Jesus. What are we standing around for? What are we? The TNG era Federation?
Won't be able to get close enough to revive him while that thing's venting plasma. Those valves should shut down the vents, though.
Well, then let's friggin' shut him off. Jesus. Why are we standing around? So yeah, in case you're missing that, this is all a tutorial. Not the best one, but it's a decent one. This is teaching us about environmental damage, which is an inconsistent thing, but it's definitely a thing. Obviously that fire, the gas, sometimes there's ground stuff, sometimes there's smoke. We'll get into it. Then we'll go treat.
Thank you. We need to move. Those things, they're out there.
What things? Where? So some of the cutscenes are...
Look out!
stiff. They're not good. I'm just going to be honest with you.
What do they feed these things? Never mind!
So, actual combat. Notice I have to hit 1 for each time I want to shoot them. That's terrible. Look down at my my bar in the very middle bottom. It's probably pretty small on camera, but just look at it. We right-click. Now it's green. That means it auto-fires. So now, hands off. Oh, whatever. It's going to keep shooting. Well, now he's gone, so whatever.
I'm Dr. Phineas Grogan. Studying the Murasaki effect. Well, I was before the ship crashed. I was looking for supplies when that thing roared. Got distracted and then that plasma coil blew. Damn near killed me.
Well, you're lucky to be alive, Doctor.
You're telling me? We should get those supplies back to camp. Dr. Mueller's probably worried sick about it by now.
Agreed. I'll get them. Lead the way. So you can make it bigger. I'm not going to for this particular character. Auto-fire is, as far as I'm concerned, mandatory. Now here's the thing about auto-fire. You want 99% of the time to just have auto-fire on. There are very few exceptions or specific weapons or combat scenarios where you don't. So... this, by the way, yes, I can do auto-fire on my off suit as well. The way this generally works is it'll do the 2 whenever it can. Usually it's on a cooldown, and then it'll switch to 1. Now, I don't do that for my actual, my Iconian staff. I just do the main auto-fire on the 1, because abilities interrupt auto-fire. So if I'm doing this and I want to palm strike, I can do that. However, if you do both, let me just tell you, your character kind of gets self-stun locked, is the only way I can describe it, as you're constantly trying to do both things, and it just becomes hard to maneuver and operate. It's just weird. So don't do that. Unless you're using a gun that actually supports it. Well, that thing is just weird looking, isn't it? Anyways, so I said I'd show off the other two things, and I will. I definitely remember what those buttons are, too, to enter shoot mode. Is this shoot mode? Yeah, here we go. Okay, so this is shooter mode. I don't know anybody who uses this. This is shooter mode. I don't know what else to add to this, to be completely honest with you. But it's exactly what it sounds like. It's over-the-shoulder shooter mode. I will never use that again. Alright, so get back out of shooter mode. If I can remember what that button it was. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, Jesus. Hang on. There we go. Now, that being said, how do I get out of shooter mode? B, thank you. So I do actually have to mention crouching. Now, remember how I mentioned there's a huge amount of complexity to the guns and weapons and the kits, but we're not into kits yet. That's because when they were first designing this game, they wanted it to have complexity in ground combat, and they failed at that. So one of the original things they wanted was to emphasize basically different states of combat, which had different effects. So like when you're crouching, your guns would do X, but while you're standing, your guns would do Y. And you would have different abilities while crouching, standing, behind cover, laying down, having a force field up, etc. This is all conceptual. If you're wondering, I've never seen it as a game, that's because it isn't in the game. However, crouching is still in the game, and as a consequence, there are a few things that still benefit from crouching, usually increased damage or crit range or whatever. Now, if you crouch, that's up to you. I never crouch because I use an Iconian Staff of Death. But the point is, you can crouch, and there are some specific guns that actually benefit from that. And yes, of course, you can crouch and shoot. If you actually remember to hit the... There we go. Ham. Like so. Yeah, ironically, Tor tried this exact same thing, and failed for almost the exact same reason. Both games kind of walked away from it. You know, honestly, I don't remember anymore, Mike Romano. I'm not joking when I say it's still, to this day, one of the best ground weapons the entire game. Was that a low buy? Seriously? That doesn't surprise me. So there you go, low buy, which... Anyways. I've only spent low buy on like 2 things ever, so... Oh yeah, there's also the zoom stance, which is... That's this, consequently.
Am I glad to see you? We thought we were stranded here with those monsters.
So let me talk about something that actually irritates me about this game. If you alt-tab, it mutes the game. It doesn't freeze the game, like another game I could play, mentioned that we were playing recently. But it does freeze the game. God, that irritates me. Anyways, let's switch down to this song. No. There it is.
Those supplies you brought will come in handy while we wait. Just put them over there for now. You know, I think there's some old phaser rifles in there. Might come in handy against those creatures.
Thanks. I'll go have a look.
There are rifles in that crate. We should show the survivors how to shoot them. I'll set up some targets while you get ready.
See you around, Imperial Star Destroyer.
A phaser? I've never shot one of these before.
Wait,
You can
you want
switch
me to
between
shoot
2
this?
equipped weapons by pressing Z.
You can have 2 weapons equipped at once. Whether that matters or not is kind of up to you. I only use 1 weapon.
The targets are ready, Lieutenant. Let the survivors start shooting and give them some pointers.
Your weapon has an alternate fire mode. The effect of this mode varies by weapon. Activate secondary fire by pressing 2 or clicking the icon.
So that's the thing I was just telling you about. In this case, notice we have an exploit instead of an expose. And our exploit is still a stun.
I get it. That gives me a lot more control.
Yeah, just don't stand like that while you're shooting.
Wow, thanks. That feels a lot better.
You're welcome. You both suck, but it's okay because you're Starfleet, and Starfleet isn't military.
Remember, your weapon has an alternate fire mode. The effect of this mode varies by weapon. Activate secondary fire by pressing 2 or clicking the icon.
They're right behind me!
Oh my god, the animations. I love them. They're so bad. Oh, combat music. Combat.
The Taurians are attacking!
We need to get these people to safety, Lieutenant. The Taurians will be back, and in greater numbers.
Agreed. You and Terai guard the base. I'll get the others in the cover. You go back to the wreckage. Ditto.
Into the ship? But then we'll be trapped.
You're dumb. Stop being Starfleet and start being Starfleet. God. Oh yeah, by the way, red shirt death. Wah wah. It is a true red shirt death too. It's not just a person wearing red dying. The whole point of the red shirt death is as a cheap way to try and establish that there's danger in a situation.
Retreat to the ship? With pleasure!
Yeah, get on with it. Get up. No, Zach Taft. I'd rather die.
Lieutenant, we've held them off so far because they're scared of our weapons. But I don't think that'll last much longer. We've got to fall back to the wreckage. I might have an idea.
Well, I hope it's a good one. So I don't mean to sound so snarky, but, you know, I'm channeling my main.
Shut the doors! They're right behind us!
Okay, fine.
Okay. Scotty, Commander Scott electrified the hull of our shuttle. That drove the Taurians off when they tried to break in. Think we can pull something like that off here?
Maybe. If there's enough charge left in the batteries. Let's go check. Eat those special effects up. Also, don't touch the hull. Butterfingers.
You did it! Lieutenant, it worked! Bless you, Scotty, wherever you are. I think we owe you a very nice bottle of scotch.
Well, let's not worry about where Scotty is or where he'll be in the future either. Ahem. So, like, what happened out there?
The Taurians ambushed us. I managed to escape, but the others, they've been taken. We've got to do something, and fast!
Get the survivors to the shuttle. Darrell and I will rescue the hostages.
I was thinking, we can use our tricorders to track residual heat signatures left by the Taurians.
Thermal breadcrumbs, huh? Good thinking. Let's go ahead and pull up some music here. Sorry. I have successfully scanned the gigantic footprints beneath me. I can, in fact, identify footsteps with the tricorder. I should probably mention most of these people don't have shields, which actually makes freaking sense. So there's two types of health, shields and health. Shields run out but can recharge, typical Borderlands type thing there. Whereas health, well, you need to do something to bring that back. Uh-oh, another red shirt. Yeah, personal shields are a lore thing, not just a gameplay thing, I should probably add. Health regenerates if you're out of combat. Everything regenerates if you're out of combat. Very quickly, I might add. That was delayed. Oh, whatever.
Lieutenant! We're over here! Help!
No, he hit me with the rock that he was throwing as he was starting to die. Because delayed actions are a thing in this game.
Thanks for coming back for us, sir. We owe you one. Pretty sure those things were gonna have us for dinner.
On my watch. Get up. No more red shirts. Yeah, healing turret. I mean...
Fascinating. The Taurians appear to be in a late Stone Age state of development.
Now isn't the best time for an anthropology lecture, Skial.
Oh yeah, Brent Spiner's another actor they've never gotten. You don't
Am I seeing things? Because those guys picking through the wreckage sure look like Klingons. Just what are the Klingons doing on Taurus 2?
Well, let's find out. Ready phasers, just in case they're not in the mood for questions. So hang on, we got some danger going on here. Oh god, that's not the song I meant.
Not in the mood for questions.
But whatever. Time to kill some Klingons. This is perfect
Enemies
Klingon music.
sometimes drop items. An item has dropped for you. Move toward the item and press F to loot it.
So this is what loot looks like. Hello, another Mandarin. Loot is color-coded. White is consumables or trash. Green is green. Blue is blue. Purple is purple. Orange is loot boxes. Don't loot boxes. Nobody likes loot boxes. This is close to what I was actually going for.
Hey, is that a Klingon pad? Bring it to me. I have some experience decrypting Klingon data.
Well, go ahead.
My little sister's diary was harder to decrypt. Sure, Klingons are good at fighting, but computers aren't exactly their strong suit.
That's specious.
And voila! One Klingon pad unlocked and ready for your inspection.
Nice work, Ensign. Let's have a look.
Captain Core, your plan has worked perfectly, sir. Many ships have fallen into our trap. We've snared a few merchant ships and a Starfleet science vessel so far. You'll be pleased to hear that we're picking up a Federation cruiser on long-range sensors. Constitution class. Time to hunt bigger game. Glory to the Empire!
Empire, thank you very much.
Looks like the Klingons are using both guile and brute force here, Lieutenant. A pretty potent combination. The captain's definitely gonna want to hear about this.
Agreed. Let's go talk to him about it. Dum-de-dum-dum-dum. Hello? Oh, Jesus. Back to fighting. Back to fighting. Back to fighting! Jesus Christ, game. I mean, Constitution cruises are actually pretty big if you think about it. It's all relative, of course, but, you know, whatever. No, it was the music player. It was being weird.
Let's get back to the shuttle.
I call the music player game because I call everything game. If I'm cooking and, like, something's going weird with the oven, I'll be like, game? I'm not joking. I'm just weird and dumb. Oh, yeah, Ross. The NX-01 is basically a submarine. Not just in the rewrite. I mean, in general. Whoop, more Klingons. I'm not sure if I could use the in-game music player. I'll have to look into that off camera. We're definitely not doing it for the newbies, though. Alright, time to kill all these people. Witnesses. And some mirrors.
We're ready to go when you are. Hope this thing's got enough fuel to get us back to the ship.
Really minor point. Did you hear that? Because what she just said is, we're ready to go when you are. What the dialogue says, right there on chat, is, we're ready to go when you are, Lieutenant. This is one of those interesting things. A lot of different games over the years have come up with different ways to deal with not actually saying the character name but still having voice acting. FF10 famously had bad writing, but then we have something like, say, most of the BioWare games, which usually either call you by your last name or by a title, you know, The Warden or Shepard or whatever. In this game, they approach it by not acknowledging your title at all. Yeah, I actually prefer if they had just called us Captain. Just say Captain. Honestly, that works just fine. But instead, what you'll see is, we're ready to go, Fleet Admiral, but instead the voice will just say, we're ready to go, and nothing else, and it honestly sounds kind of awkward. Anyways.
Are you ready to board the shuttle, Lieutenant?
Yep.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
I actually agree. The fact that we're a Fleet Admiral is honestly kind of stupid, but whatever. Back on the peaceful, peaceful ship where nothing bad will happen ever.
We made it. Never thought I'd be so happy to see a shuttle bay. I admit I had my doubts in the beginning. Didn't think I'd hold it together down there. Every time I heard those things roar. But here I am. Thanks for believing in me.
Well, we couldn't have done it without Jensen. Uh-oh. It's the Klingons! Klingon scum! I mean, only the higher model titles can even talk. It's time to deal with these once and for all.
We have some uninvited guests, Lieutenant. We've been boarded. The Klingons have breached the hull on the engineering deck and blocked our access. Since I can't send security in, I need you to secure the deck.
Aye, sir. Recommendations?
Start with the engineering lab. We need to bring our plasma relays back online. After that, secure the armory and main engineering.
You got it. Tarsi, Mears, ready weapons. With me.
I'm remembering an old Earth adage about leaping from frying pans into fires. Your orders, Lieutenant?
Stay here with Tarsi. Help that squad. I'll deal with the rest of it. Don't worry. I'm a main character. I got this.
I'll cover you while you clear out the lab, Lieutenant!
Oh, thanks. Oh, God. Love that animation delay. Look at that. Oh, I love it. It's okay. We have personal shields. We're fine.
They shut down our primary plasma conduits. Get them running fast.
What do you think I'm doing, Cap? Jesus! I'm on it!
Plasma
You
conduits
always
rated
pull
lab.
this.
Auxiliary power restored. Now clear out that armory.
Oh, the game is old and it shows it, but God, I love it to death.
Watch out! More Klingons!
And yeah, occasionally you can proc an effect that is separate, especially in space, where you will probably not see a lot of ships that I attack actually explode, because I will be disintegrating them.
Great work. Secure engineering next if you can.
Winking on it. Mears, what are you doing here?
We've cleared the rest of the deck, Lieutenant.
Oh, well done. Let's hit main engineering. Oh yeah, most enemies are usually labeled by their rank, which can get confusing if you don't know the ranks of different species. So, you know, it's interesting fighting a pack of gulls, for example, but that's a thing that happens.
Bridge to engineering. Please respond.
I'm here. Jesus.
Some missions in Star Trek Online will change based on your career track. Engineering science or tactical.
This is the cosmetic thing I mentioned earlier. No, just a flock of gulls. Or ulans,
Weapon
yeah.
power relays are up and running. Charge all phaser banks. I need you on the bridge, Lieutenant.
Working on it.
Sir,
They are played
incoming
well.
transmission.
Wait a minute. Is that... Oh, that's that new kid. Ensign Daniels, I think his name is.
Federation starship, this is Captain Core. Surrender if you must, but I'd rather you fight with honor.
Oh, you heard him. We surrender.
Good work, Lieutenant. The Klingons will think twice before they try to board this ship again. Now take the helm. We need to get to a friendly sector.
So now... Hang on. Pause the battle music real quick. Let's explain something super quick, because you're probably a little bit wondering what the frack. So, almost every other MMO out there goes through a specific quest, and that quest is usually a 1 to maybe 5 minute affair. Quests in STO are usually closer to 45 minute affairs, for obvious reasons. They're designed to be episodes. So, once you notice, we've done one quest this entire time. Granted, we've been taking our time and showing off mechanics, but the point is, all of this has just been a single quest. This is our quest turn-in. You'll notice we get a whole bunch of stuff for doing it, including some Mark II greens, and I want to talk a little bit about some of what this means. So experience is obvious. Don't worry about that. It's one of the most irrelevant things in the entire game. Expertise, a little different. Expertise is what you spend on a specific thing, which I'll be showing off later. Just think of it as an alternate level in currency, and leave that at that. This is a person. So we are unlocking a boff. Let me explain that really quick. There's boffs and there's doffs. B as in boy, D as in dog. Okay? Boff is bridge officer. Doff is duty officer. I'm not going to go way down the hole on either of those yet. All you need to know right now is your boffs are the people who will be joining you in combat when you're on ground, and they'll be manning your stations on your ship. Now, I'm going to just deliberately not go down the rabbit hole on how on how equipment works in this game, because it's completely different than every other MMO out there. All you need to know right now is that they give you abilities like that right there. You can see it on the list. I know that's probably too small to read, but as you can see, this is Lieutenant Junior Grade Tarsi. She has an ability for Ensign, Lieutenant, Lieutenant Commander, and Commander. Okay? Four categories of abilities. Commander is always stronger, and Ensign is always weakest. You with me? Wrong, because that's actually a lie. But usually Commander is stronger. Correct myself here. So the way this works out is you can see her Ensign ability is Torpedo High Yield. Her Lieutenant ability is Beam Overload. Her Lieutenant Commander ability is Torpedo Spread. And her Commander ability is Attack Pattern Omega 3, which is actually really good. I'm surprised they give that to new players. So let's talk about what each of those mean really quick. Torpedo High Yield is a buff. Next torpedo you shoot, it either does something special, depending on your torpedo type. We talked about damage types earlier. Again, we're not going that... There's so many rabbit holes. We're not going down that rabbit hole yet. But it either does something different and or also does more damage. So big old torpedo hit. Bam! Beam Overload, that is the same kind of thing. Buffs your next beam attacks to do a whole bunch of damage. Torpedo Spread. So rather than doing a big old torpedo or your regular torpedo, it's a big old spread of torpedoes to everything in range. Probably one of the best general types of abilities in the game, by the way. I highly recommend looking into the spread fire abilities in general. Attack Pattern Omega. So there's Attack Pattern Alpha, Beta, Delta, and Gamma, I think. I don't remember if there's a Gamma. I know there's an Alpha, Beta, and Delta, and I know there is, of course, Omega. The attack patterns are buffs, in the simplest and basic way possible. Each one of them buffs a different thing, like I believe Beta is like a live buff, I know Alpha is a DPS buff, and of course Omega is the best buff. I'm just going to say that. Omega buffs like your attack power, and your haste, and your speed, and your turning radius. It's awesome. So the fact that they give us Attack Pattern Omega 3 on her is actually really, really nice. That's neither here nor there. Let's also talk about... That's true. I forgot about that Wenlock. There's also ground abilities. So she has a ground passive. She actually has several ground passives. But she... which... God, we'll go down that rabbit hole later. But what she has right now is the ability to throw a photon grenade. Somebody asked if we have grenades earlier. So she has specifically a photon grenade, which is just a straight-up damage and knockback. She has an expose attack, which is an offensive and perception buff. You notice it says that right there, by the way. It says it in the thing there. And she also has a battle strategies, which is another buff, and ambush, which is another buff. She's a pretty good buff, all things considered, and could probably carry you through the entire rest of the game if you didn't feel like min-maxing. And honestly, and I'm just going to be real about this, there's no good reason to min-max your buffs or your doffs, because that's when you're really getting into it. Your ships, most people could do that. Your gear, again, there's a decent spread of gear that you could get. But when you get down to really, really squeezing out those tiny percents of extra oomph, it gets extraordinarily expensive. I haven't optimized my buffs or doffs. I don't need to. I don't want to. It's insane. So anyways, scroll down a little bit. So now we got our gear. So this is our actual equipment here. So we can actually see here impulse engines, a phaser array, and a shield array. Now, you need more beer, Savicom. So, for example, we've got impulse engines. They increase your flight speed and your turn rate, and they change your full impulse. They can also have something else as an addendum to them. You may or may not be able to see this on the screen. But if you actually look at the text there, it says impulse engines, Mark II, and then in brackets it says turn. So the way this game does loot is every item in the game, every type of item in the game has like a baseline as if that item were white, as in a basic item, right? Even though, a common item, excuse me. Even though in several cases no such common item exists, that's how they build most of this gear. Why? Because then they add suffixes. Those suffixes change the specific stats, mutators, and modifiers on that gear. Like the turn modifier. In this specific case, the turn modifier means that this particular piece of engine has more turn radius than it otherwise would. Make sense? Greens have 1, blues have 2, purples have 3, epic purples have 4, I think, or maybe they don't. Maybe those just have 3. But anyways, you get the idea, right? And then, of course, you have oranges, which I believe are 4. And so the idea is if you get a better color, what you're getting is more suffixes. Yeah, we're still surface level, by the way, on all this crap. There's re-rolling, there's other stuff. Let's move on. Let's move on. So what we're getting right now is an impulse engine that increases our turn radius as a suffix, a phaser beam that increases our accuracy as a suffix, and a shield array that increases our resistance to disruptor damage, specifically, which is useful because we're about to fight some Klingons. It's all pretty well designed, all things considered. Ah, that's what it is. That's why I was stuttering over that. Extra purples, violet, extra violet. I don't know what those are called. Get 4, and then the orange gets the double. And yeah, we'll talk about Mark 1 through 5 later. You'll notice these are Mark 2s. They go up to Mark 15. It's really simple. But it's actually very complex. So we're gonna go ahead and get all that gear. There's Tarsi, which we will go ahead and accept on our crew, and we're gonna go ahead and not know what that button is. There's the USS Muffin. We're going to go ahead. So there's a couple of ways to equip things. You can obviously just drag from the inventory in there, but you can also just click. This is actually a relatively new feature, which I like. I can just click the impulse thing and say, hey, here's the impulse. Here is the gear that can fit there. It makes equipping gear so much simpler and easier to just be able to do that. I cannot tell you, especially when you see my inventory and the literally dozens of crap I got carrying around at all times. It's really nice to be able to just click the thing and say, yeah, can I just equip this, please? Thank you. Boom, we're geared up. Our shields are better, our engines are better, our phasers are better. Let's go.
Yeah, sensors are picking up Klingon power signatures in 2 nearby satellites. I'm thinking they're broadcasting the distress signals that lured in our ships. Bring us in close so we can scan them and find out.
So,
increase your speed using E. Decrease your ship speed by using Q.
So we'll come back to spaceship in just a moment. I remember that one, Locke. Okay, so let's pause for just a second. So, first of all, I love the skyboxes in this game. There's a couple of issues here and there, but in general, I love the skyboxes in this game. I don't have anything else to say about that. Oh yeah, sorry, so Mike Komodo corrected me, and so there's actually 3, hang on, 1, 2, 3. There are 4 ways to equip gear. I showed you the one, which is the one that you do in the actual window over here. You can also drag and drop, that's 2. You can right click and hit equip, that's 3. You can double click over here, that's 4. So there you go, there's all the methods. And that's a good thing, by the way, as usual. The interface of this game is actually surprisingly good for how old and bad it is. There's a lot of little convenience features like that. Also, if it's not obvious, oh, your stats are here. There's a lot. Don't get overwhelmed by it. Don't freak out about it. Most of it isn't stuff you really have to worry about unless you're going for a specific build. Just get something that has, looks like it's better, and you're probably cool. Here's our BOF, by the way. I mentioned this earlier. So you'll notice they have armor, shields, weapons, and devices. Don't have to worry about devices unless you're min-maxing. Weapons is obvious, shields is obvious, armor is obvious. One of the quality of life changes they made, which I am super in favor of, is they made everyone have an automatic default EV suit. Now, there are better EV suits you can get, but trust me when I say there's nothing quite as humiliating as walking in and having all your party members dying because you forgot to put an EV suit on them. And you're in, like, a plasma cloud or something. So, good change. Good change. Listen, I'm not speaking from experience. That never happened to me or nothing. But I'm just... What was funny is I was so confused by it, too. I'm just like, da-da-da-da-da. Why are they dying? What is happening to them? The first couple of times. And then later on, I would just forget. I'm really happy they had the default thing. Anyways. Let's look at some of the other stuff here really quick. That we're not going to look at. That's the rabbit hole. And that's the rabbit hole. But this is what I was talking about earlier. So I'm going to give you your very first preview into how to play Space. They're going to give me the tutorial in a second. I'm going to give you a better tutorial, because I'm better than them. So here's how this works out. These are your slots. Right now, you can see right now, up here, I know that's kind of small, but you see there's a red, a blue, and a yellow. We have 1 tactical, 1 science, and 1 engineering slot. All 3 of them have 1 ensign slot, okay? So this is one of the major features of ships. How many bridge officer slots they have, what class they're limited to, what branch of service, and which specific options they have for that rank. And apparently I can just drag and drop. Is that going to make it... It's not going to make it larger. It's just going to... So anyways, so as you can see, I only have 1 bridge officer, period. And that's her. But this is why this is so significant. So if you've played any other MMO before, you know there's something called yellow damage. Yellow damage is anything you hit a button to do. It's anything that isn't automatic. If you're playing WoW, it's when you do your spells or your special attacks. FF14, same concept. Guild Wars 2, all your abilities are yellow damage because Guild Wars 2 is unique. But you know what that is, right? You know the concept, you understand that. Bridge officers give you your abilities. Now, there are other sources of abilities, but we're not going into that right now. This is basics. So, the only reason I have any abilities right now is because I happen to have a bridge officer equipped, and she's sitting right there, and she gives me, and I told you this earlier, torpedo high yield. So we're going to go ahead and drag that down to our bar, and now it's actually on our hotbar. But if you want to, you can click just directly in this, and honestly, sometimes I leave this window up. You can actually delete it too, just because it's a nice way to track, and because there's a bug we'll probably run into later. But otherwise, you can hotkey stuff. Torpedo high yield. The next torpedo launches in 30 seconds will be high yield, which changes based on the torpedo. We already talked about that. Now I'm going to talk about one of the things super quick. These are our weapons right here. We've got our... So, let me see if I can show this off proper, like. It might be hard to see against this green, so we might do it on one of our other... Okay, can you see that? It might be hard to see. But you see the blue against the green? If you can't, we'll do it on one of the other tutorials. And we'll just leave it for then. me zoom in a little bit more. So that's our firing arc. So that is one of the biggest things you need to think about when it comes to your weapons and where you put them. If you'll notice, we have 2 fore slots and 1 aft slot. So as you can see, that here, let me get rid of this. That covers our front. In fact, it's a huge range. That's an array, which is a 250-degree arc. It hits a huge array. It's generally used for broadside builds because, if you'll notice, our aft, which is also 250, hits both sides. Make sense? Now, there's so many ways to do this. There's so many ways. See, the problem is we got to do the angle thing. There's so many ways to set this up as to which weapons you want in which slots, where, and how. Torpedoes tend to be much smaller, as you can see, a much smaller firing arc, and that goes down and down and down. I think there's something. I think 45 degree is the smallest firing arc. I could be wrong about that, but the point is, you need to know which weapons are going to shoot in which direction, so you know where you need to position yourself. Because, of course, all of your maneuvering is manual. This is me actually steering with WASD. So, for example, if I have cannons on this particular ship, I need to be pointing right at the enemy in order to be able to shoot them. If, by contrast, if I have broadsides in both the front and the back, I need to be showing them my side to shoot the enemy. And yeah, there's also Omnis. Omnis universally do less damage and make up for it by hitting more areas. There's almost a universal rule. The more the radius, or not the radius, excuse me, the larger the, what's the term? Arc, that's the word, I guess. The larger the arc, the less the damage. Omnis, which is 360 degrees, will do less damage than 250s, which will do less damage than, 180s, I think is the next one, which will do less damage than 90s, which will do less damage than 45s. That's pretty much universal. I think there's only like a handful of weapons that avoid that rule in the entire game, one of which is the Borg cutting beam. By the way, make a point of getting the Borg cutting beam. It's the best weapon in the entire game. That's not a joke. So, just get it. Seriously, every build should have the kinetic cutting beam. I'm not making that up. It's called the Borg kinetic cutting beam, I think is the full term for it. You get it from the Omega rep, I believe. And you want it. I'll explain why later, but trust me on this one. Pax doesn't have it because he's stupid and terrible and awful and awesome. But anyways, point being, so I think it's just kinetic cutting beam as well. I think you're right. But anyways, point being, oh, you only have 2 aft. Okay, yeah, that explains it. Which, of course, is another thing. So I kind of talked about this earlier in brief about the ship thing. So as you can see, we have 2 fore and 1 aft. How many fore and aft slots you have greatly changes what kind of weapon...
Position yourself near the beacon and hit F to interact with it.
What kind of weapons loadouts you want to do. For example, if you have 4 fore and 4 aft, you probably want to go broadsider, because that way you can have 8 weapons focusing on the enemy simultaneously. But that's not necessarily true. One build I've seen people do, and this is wild, is try to make it so that you zoom through and you have a ton of energy damage up front and a ton of kinetic damage in back. I suppose I should explain that in brief. This is really, really simple. Energy damage, in general, there's all kinds of exceptions to all of this, but energy damage in general does more damage to shields than hull, and kinetic damage in general does more damage to hull than shields. This is straight out of Star Trek. That's how it worked on Star Trek for years and years and years. So they just kept that, and it's actually a really good system, and it works very well, especially for gameplay balance purposes. It's one of the reasons why back in the day I used to run a full no-really beamboat. In fact, I showed that off during the lore run, because my job was to get their shields down. Pax's job was to kill them, because he was running torpedoes. I would remove the shields, so he could just obliterate them. So, how many slots you have really changes what kind of builds you can and should do. But as I was talking about earlier, don't hesitate to experiment. Most builds are going to be feasible to some extent or another. Nevertheless, there is the quote-unquote typical build. That is 1 torpedo in the front, and everything else filled with energy, and what you do with the aft, that's up to you. Okay. There's also the full-on torpedo boat, which is one of 2 builds I do not have, and therefore will not be showing you personally. But I'm getting off topic. So, steering. This is... It's hard to explain how intuitive this is. So it's really, really simple when you get down to it. You can, of course, fly around. You cannot go all the way down, and you cannot go all the way up. We are effectively on a 2.5D plane. Originally, when they were first building this game, it was full 360. Players were getting very confused and very thrown out about that because, let's be honest with ourselves, full 360 movement is confusing. See the game I was just playing for a good example of that. And it just became a huge mess, so they just decided to flatten it. Honestly, it was probably the best move. So a lot of this game, positioning obviously matters, range matters, distance matters. Energy damage does... all weapons have a 10-kilometer range, 10 clicks. The closer you are, the more damage your energy weapons will do. Yes, exactly, Michael. You can do all sorts of other maneuvers, too. We're going really slow and really terribly, but you know what we could do? You see this thing down here? So let's go take away all our energy out of the weapons, and out of the shields, and out of auxiliary. Let's speed this up a little bit. So this is actually really minor. You can probably see, if nothing else, in the length of the contrails changing. We are actually moving faster, and we have better turning radius. Now, this is one of those fire and forget things, but your particular formation for these 4 energy bars, there's no best option, there's no worst option. It just kind of depends on what exactly you want to do. I vary it based on which particular ship I'm using, but in general, I tend to leave auxiliary pretty far down. In fact, let's go ahead and do this. And I tend to have engineering pretty high up because I like speed, maneuverability, and being able to not be a giant frickin' boat. There's other ways around that too, which I won't discuss right now. But all you need to know is that determines how much energy you have for weapons. That determines how fast your shields regenerate. That determines flight speed and turning radius. Auxiliary is weird. Auxiliary is for other stuff. Yeah, it's for miscellaneous stuff. If you're playing a magic build, which is the 5th and final build that I do not have, you need high auxiliary. And if you're going to do a aux to anything kind of a build, you might need some auxiliary. But otherwise, you're a general rule of thumb, you're safe to crank auxiliary down to minimum and use its energy for the other 3, however you want to do it. Generally speaking. Okay.
Science report coming in now. The satellites are using a triaxulating signal. It's strong enough to cut through the interference and reach ships outside the nebula. Clever. Almost a shame we have to blow them up, isn't it?
It's a real tragedy, sir.
Use your torpedo to attack enemies who are not shielded.
Nice work. 1 down, 1 to go. Looks like this one is shielded, though.
So it's now explaining to me how shields and kinetic
must be within 10 kilometers
and all
of
the
an
stuff I
enemy
just
to
told you.
attack.
It's also this button, which is not that button. Oh, wow. God. Hello? I can't go full impulse. That's interesting.
Use your phaser beam to weaken shielded targets.
So if you look at the upper middle,
Use your torpedo on an enemy when their shield is down.
there's my enemy.
You must be out of combat to answer the hail. The red alert message at the top of your screen will indicate if you are in combat.
Can you hear us? We're under attack by Klingon raiders. Our shields are buckling. Won't last long.
Hold on, Captain. We're on our way. Tutorial says there's a D5 over there.
Activate full impulse by clicking on the arrow. Deactivate full impulse by clicking on it again.
We'll talk about full impulse later. All you need to know about it right now.
A shield that is low on power to...
We'll talk about that later too. Yeah, there's a lot of specific mechanics I'm glossing over a little
Thanks
bit
for
here.
the help. Our engines are offline. Could you transfer some energy and get them started again?
Before I actually answer this, did you notice how I stopped after answering the dialogue? So one of those little snippets about this game, and I'm telling you about this because this can get you killed under the wrong circumstance. If you answer a hail, you go to 0. you stop dead in space. And the moment you exit the hail, you go back to the speed that you were at previously. You can still move around in a hail, but you have to do that manually, and that interrupts that. It's just a weird little thing. Also, obviously, you turn a little bit better while at slower speeds, and turn worse at higher speeds. Pretty basic stuff, but controlling your speed and maneuvering properly is a fairly large amount of the combat.
Thanks for everything. Good luck with the Klingons.
Safe travels.
Lieutenant, I've made some modifications to our torpedo launcher. I think you'll like the results.
In other words...
Remember that you can activate full impulse by clicking on the arrow. Deactivate full impulse by clicking on it again.
Oh yeah, that sucks, Wenlock.
Activate high-yield torpedo by clicking on the icon or using Alt+1.
Your head will decorate my bridge!
So you notice how I'm broadsiding him? Just showing that off really quick here.
More Klingon ships detected on long-range sensors, sir.
Sure thing, Ensign Daniels.
Lay in an intercept course, lock weapons, and fire at will.
Before you ask, yes, that is that actor. I suppose I should get some music going here. Back to the music I had planned for this sequence. Shields. We have shield facing. Everyone has shield facings. Front, sides, back. Shield. If you can have completely full shields, but if your right shield is gone, and a torpedo hits you on the right side, no shields. Obvious, right? Thing is, you can also change where you're putting your existing shield energy. So you can focus specifically on fore, which is very useful for a lot of builds, aft, side, or just hit this to balance all your shields across all four facings. There's also hotkeys to do all of that while we're on the subject. I'm going to try and show off something else here. Oh, I was too far away. So do you notice how the ship exploded when it died? I know, shocking. But here's the thing. The overwhelming majority of ships in this game have something called a warp core breach. When the ship goes, it goes big. And you will take damage from it. Which I'm now going to try and demonstrate. There we go, see? That was actually a pretty small hit. I'm a little surprised by that. But be aware of that.
This is the USS Enterprise. Acknowledge, please.
Acknowledging. En route to your position now. Of course, it's over here.
So, the cub comes to fight beside the wolfie, and now you will die with him as well.
By the way, if you're paying attention, an automatic tactic should come to mind. Because one of the things you can and absolutely should do is try to make sure that as many enemies are grouped up as possible and then kill one of them. Because then it'll blow up and hit the others, which might make a second one blow up and hit the others, and so forth and so on. In fact, for the longest time, most of my builds had Gravity Well specifically for that exact purpose. No, Cash. Although there is a Genesis bomb. Trying to keep their aft shields down here. Yeah, Gravity Well is amazing. I actually feel sad that I don't have it anymore.
I will avenge myself upon you and your lackey.
Thank you for your assistance.
It's all we got Nimoy to say. Sensors indicate there's no enemy vessels remaining in the sector. Our actions should deter Klingons from further acts of piracy in the area, though they're often far from logical in such matters. Thanks for the update, Commander. Safe travels. Muffin out.
Looks like we're done here, people. Starfleet Command wants us and Enterprise back for its on this mess. Helm, set a course for Earth space dock, warp factor 3.
No, you're right, Trithon. This was after this mission we're playing right now was actually designed and built after Nimoy died. Almost all of the sector comments from the early game That was before. Greetings from beautiful Ryza and 200 years in the future. Wow, nobody's here. So loading screens take... They use the instanced version of server part and parceling, which is the same thing Guild Wars 1 does. In other words, if there's already a version of a specific load screen up, or a specific zone, it takes very little time to load because it's already there. But if there's nobody there, then it has to spool up a brand new instance of that. So some load screens will take much longer than others. Some of you may know this as the stuck at 2% thing.
Garrett wants to see you in his office, Lieutenant. But he says to feel free to mingle with the other officers first. I'd take him up on that if I were you. I mean, how often do you get the chance to meet the crew of the Enterprise? The best of the best.
That they are, and they're better than TNG in every way. Alright, so, let's get some town music going here. Something not Breath of Fire 3. Welcome to Earth-Based Talk. Oh my god. TOS. I love it. I hate it. The aesthetics. So all of this is optional. Get used to this. There's a huge number of things, of missions, where you can go talk to people and interact with stuff and do things. It's completely optional. It's completely optional. We're going to do all of that, of course, but, you know. So, who should we save for last? That's the real question. I know who we'll save for last. So let's talk to Mears.
It's been a pleasure working with you. I didn't enjoy going back to Taurus 2, but we got the job done thanks to you. Starfleet First Officers must be my good luck charm. Captain Garrett has requested me for a new logistics position here at ESD. Might not be as glamorous as the Final Frontier, but I've accepted. Until next time, good luck out there.
Same to you, Ensign. Take care. McCoy! Also, there's Yeoman Rand. And, I'm not sure who that is.
If you're going into the Lion's Den, you'll need a medical officer.
Canned dialogue. For obvious reasons. If you think about it, he was one of the first ones we lost. That was way back in the 90s. Or 80s. I'm gonna offer some free advice. Don't be afraid to listen to the advice of your CMO. Especially when it's following the words doctor's orders. In my experience, officers in command branch tend to get hearing problems in such circumstances. You know, it feels like this is the first time I've given you the advice. Know anything about that? Can't say I do, sorry. As a Vulcan colleague of mine might say, fascinating. I'll let you get back to it, Lieutenant. Thanks for your help back at Taurus. Yeah, don't mention it. Did he die after Gene? I mean, he was in Encounter at Farpoint. Obviously. And Gene Roddenberry doesn't count. He has nothing to do with Star Trek. But, DeForest Kelley has been dead for a while now. Unfortunately. As I say, he had to have died after Gene. He was in Star Trek 6.
May the great bird of the galaxy bless your planet.
I understand you were at the helm during the fight with the Klingons. That was some fine flying. Keep it up, you might get a chance to helm a Constitution class. From what I've seen, you're up to the challenge. Thanks, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Uhura of the Starship Enterprise.
Leave it to the Klingons to set a trap inside the Murasaki effect. I don't think they'll try anything like that again soon. Careful, though. Klingons tend to hold grudges. Your friend Captain Kor might try to settle the score with you down the road.
We were in Starfleet Academy together.
Always nice to see someone at the Academy days. Class 2268, right? I seem to recall an incident involving you, a Regelian flame rose, and an unfortunate activation of a fire suppression system during one of Professor Tavan's lectures. Very cold, almost like Siberian winters. Made a pretty positive impression on Cadet Winstead, though.
That was some fine work back there, friend. It's not every day one walks away from a brawl with the Klingons. You look familiar. If you don't mind me saying so. Have we met before?
Funny question, which I'm not going to elaborate on. You'll notice he's the only one with full voice acting. That's because James Doohan, who has also passed away, has been voiced in many Star Trek works afterwards by his son, who does a pretty good job of the work. We'll be hearing a lot of him in this game.
Ah, must be my imagination then. You meet a lot of folks serving in Starfleet, to be sure. By the way, I heard you ran into the local wildlife on Taurus too. Right unfriendly devils, aren't they? I won't be forgetting those gigantic spears anytime soon. Look me up sometime. We'll have a drink and share some caveman tales.
Thanks, Lieutenant. I could use a good drink.
Thanks for coming. I have some good news to share. First off, Fleet promoted me to Admiral.
Sorry.
I'll be working with Deep Space Command on several exploration initiatives there. Our ship's going to need a new captain. I've talked it over with Command. They agree with my recommendation. You. Congratulations, my friend. I know the ship will be in good hands once I'm away. Don't think you've gotten rid of me, though. I plan on keeping you plenty busy out there.
Congratulations, Lieutenant. Every generation, Starfleet officers hear the call of duty. Hidden dangers lurk in space, and the threat of Klingon attack has made even the most stout-hearted reconsider their choice to travel throughout the stars. A last-ditch effort to find a common ground could end this conflict, but there are many who oppose peace. If the Federation is to be saved from chaos, new officers will need to take up the task of restoring peace. Live long and prosper, Lieutenant.
He sounds about 30 years older for some reason.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Oh, Jesus. You unlocked a few billion things, because you've been playing this game for a few decades. Okay, maybe just 1 decade, but still. Too damned long. Alright. But yeah, they've been repurposing a lot of dialogue because, I mean... Anyways. Wait until you see the rewrite, Mr. Red. I'm not sure I would want to do that, Chthon. Although the rewrite's taking a lot of ideas from STO, unabashedly. Exactly, Kira White Noise. Whole lot of it. So I'm just jotting down notes from all the stuff we just did. I mean, honestly, couldn't you see it, Huthor? Alright.
I have some new orders for you.
What you got?
I've outlined important people you should talk to while visiting Earth's space dock. Speak with the tailor to stay safe out there.
So you see what I just did there? I'm actually doing this on purpose to demonstrate something. You see how the dialogue just kind of skipped? Now, hang on. There's two ways to skip dialogue in this game. We've actually already demonstrated both. One is you skip and it just stops playing like it just did. The other is it overlaps the previous thing. This is why the STO run, with very few exceptions, will be done solo. Because it is extraordinarily easy, even without doing so intentionally, for other players to screw with your dialogue. That being said, this game has extraordinarily good co-op, with that one flaw. Pax and I can talk about that. We've been playing this game for a billion years. You can play the entire game with two people, except for the TFOs, and you can group for those, and that's whatever. Credit shares across people, as long as you're on the same quest at the same time, which is duh. One person could be like, hey, I'm going to go ahead and start this quest, and we could do, hey, and start the quest separately. Let me talk about this differently. Let's say, of course we are, Trithon. This is a review. Let's say that we both have the same quest. Remember, quests are episodes. So he's on step 5 and I'm on step 13. We can both do that at the same time, and both be there, and kind of save that slot. So he can join mine, or I can join his, depending on how we want to do that. We also share credit on most things, not all. So it's not perfect co-op, but it is still at least 2 positive-worthy co-op. I would actually argue for 3, to be completely blunt, because it also scales pretty well. It scales the types of ships that show up, it scales the number of enemies that show up, it scales some of their weapons and abilities, based on how large your group is, but to an extent that makes sense, and there's all sorts of other cool stuff it does, which I'm not going to bore you with. So, this is a very co-op friendly game. It is, however, also a negative, which I've already given. The only question is, do we give 3? That was funny, Mike Romano. So, right, we're doing the tutorial here.
Hello. I don't have anything for you today.
Cool. I don't know what you're talking about, Kira White Noise. Well, there's a lore ambusher here, which is, might be the most terrifying thing I've seen lately. Yep, nope, that's pretty terrifying. I think I'm gonna run and flee for my life now. Let's see, where can I go? I don't know, so I shouldn't say much, but I don't know why there's a tutorial for how ESD in the past works, but whatever. So this is a tutorial. This is the town quest. We all know what town quests are. It's a very typical thing in MMOs. There's the tailor. Can I actually do my other stuff on here? Nope, I cannot. Okay. Honestly, let's come back to the tailor. We'll come back to that. Oh Jesus, there's so many things to describe here. Let's come back to all of that later. Let's leave all that for later. There's the shipyard, which we're gonna leave for later.
What would you like
There's the equipment, which we're gonna leave for later. There's the ship customization, later. There's managing our ships, later. There's a lot of later going on here, okay? Just bear with me on this one, please. A lot of later. I like the idea that our captain was so incompetent that he allowed himself to get promoted to admiral. Because, you know, and then just handed this ship over to us. It's like, here you go.
I know that being a starship captain is a big responsibility, but I believe you're up to the task. If you feel that your ship is ready for its next mission, I can give you new orders.
Oh, I could probably be flying around in my Jem'Hadar Dreadnought right now if I felt like it. But let's stick with the crap stuff for the crap mission, shall we? Alright, so, he's giving us a phaser.
Stay safe out there. Ever hear of Edrin 4? Jim Kirk got into a tussle with the Gorn there, and barely lived to tell the tale. Both the Gorn and the Federation have teams there now. I'd like you to back our new people up, in case the Gorn decide to engage in a little cowboy diplomacy.
Okay.
Stay safe out there.
Click this button to beam up to the system map.
Hang on, I'm actually curious which ships I have access to in the past. That's a valid question. I know that when we get to the present, spoilers, that I will actually have access to all my ships, but...
I'm here to help you choose which one were you interested in.
Okay, that is extraordinary. Oh, no, hey, we've got access to that thing. I mean, we don't actually own it, but we could buy it. That's funny. Alright, hold up. So, ignore this. This is the store. We'll give this negatives later. Okay, so tier 6 ships. Jem'Hadar carrier claim. Yeah, that store is going to be possibly more than 3 negatives, honestly.
I'm here to help you choose a vessel. What would you like?
Okay, so, this should not amuse me as much as it should. Remember, this is set during the original series. Okay? This is before the motion picture. We are in the past. And we're having a long loading screen. I didn't even bother to customize the damn thing. There's no point. I can't play the perfect music for this because it's copywrong to hell and back. But, I've got a song that might work for this. Yep, nope, there it is.
All visitors towards Space Dock are required to fly close enough to the station for our tractor beams to lock onto your ship. Our automated system...
So, hang on. I literally think this ship will not fit in that space dock. I'm not actually joking. This ship is huge. This ship is actually more in the future than Deep Space Nine. To give you a bit of a perspective on that. Oh, absolutely, Ventures. This is a modern Jem'Hadar dreadnought carrier. There's Earth. Hi, Earth. And it's conquered. Okay.
Click on the icon beside your mission.
So, here's the galaxy of the past. Not a lot of places to go to.
Sector space.
Shut up. So this is the sector screen. We'll actually talk more about this later. For now, head to the Edrin system. There is no escape. No escape. My hangar pets are actually frigates. So, you remember the bug? The Jem'Hadar bug? It's the basic fighter. Those are my fighters. Now, if you're not understanding the significance of that, this ship is so ridiculous that it doesn't actually launch shuttles as its fighters. It launches escorts as fighters. It's also got another fight. I'll show it off in a second, just for fun. I haven't equipped anything on this stupid thing. I literally... So, if you're wondering how I could equip this death ship at level 3 or whatever, I have 5, you'll notice how some of my stuff is locked. So, some ships have a scaling thing, like this, where you unlock slots and its stats get better as you level up. And so, bit by bit, you can actually make... So the ship levels with you, in other words. It's a good way to get a ship... Apparently all Tier 6 ships do this. It's a good way to have the ship you want, even as you're leveling. So, that's going on. Not that I recommend you buy a ship, but at the same time, if you want to buy a ship, I recommend you do some research, really figure out what you want to do with the build, and then buy, like, one ship. I've bought a lot more than one ships over the years. But then again, I have a lifetime sub. So, I get 500 coins every month just for existing. This is really slow, wow. God, I forgot how slow sector space is. back in the day. This is weird. I don't even have transwarp. Oh, I am super not a whale. I have conservatively, occasionally spent money on this game over the course of like a decade. I have no idea how long it's going to take. That's why I have the joke percent there, King of Koopas Live. So I don't know when we're getting to Hades. I'm sorry, I actually have no way of knowing that. As to Bloodstained, Bloodstained will be later getting a co-op mode. Co-op is a big deal for me in general, and something I absolutely want to be as part of the review. So I'm kind of waiting for that update to go live before I review the game. I don't think so, Harriet, no. Do I know of a good stealth ship? I actually run a good stealth ship. For a while there was this one specific Romulan bird, which was really good for stealth builds. Oh yeah, that's when we play Tor, I think, Sovico. Yeah, any Defiant is going to be a good ship. No, seriously, all of them, as long as they're tier 6. I think Pax runs the Adamant right now. Technically, one of my ships is good for stealth. I just don't use it for that. Actually, I think 2 of my ships are good for stealth, but whatever. Yeah, legendary ships, we'll talk about that later and how that's absolutely a negative to gameplay. So you see those?
We're reading several Gorn ships on our sensors as well as the USS Zhangha. The Zhangha is hailing us now.
Before I even accept this hail, I'm just going to pause reality for a second. You see those? Those aren't my fighters. Those are just with me. I just have those. My fighters are these guys, which are being launched over here. So I have fighters and whatever those guys are called. The, oh, there's a term for that. The wingmen. The alpha and beta wingmen. Hang on, I've actually got something else, too. But it looks like I can't see it because, oh my god, I need more trays. Hang on. Give me a sec. There it is. Oh, it's right there. Duh, I'm blind. So I have my fighters, my wingmen, and my rear. This is the most carrier in the entire game, and I love it to death. This thing is just destroys whatever's in my face. Anyways.
Welcome to Edrin 4. I'm Bridget McKinnon, CO of the USS Zhangha. Glad you could join us. My science teams are on site and conducting initial surveys. Apparently, this place is quite the geological marvel. We're not the only ones present, though. Our friends from the Gorn hegemony aren't terribly chatty, but so far they're keeping the peace.
How can we help, Captain?
Well, I'm sure my people wouldn't mind an extra hand down there on the geological marvel.
This is a Zen store ship. You probably noticed that because I picked it up from the Zen store. Like I said, I have a couple. There's my Lexington. And, what else do I have? There's the Dreadnought, there's the... most of this is stuff I was given. I know I bought that. That's my pilot ship. So I bought the pilot ship, I bought the Dreadnought, and I bought the Lexington. By the way, there's a couple ships. But I'm pretty sure that's it. I don't think I've bought... I thought about buying another ship, but we'll show that off later. Oh my god. You know that's a ship in this game, right, Huthor? Don't worry, I almost guaranteed we'll show it off, because there's always one at ESD. Stupid.
Captain, the Gorn are scanning us. They might not be talkative, but they are curious about us. Orders?
I'm pretty sure our pets could crush them like bugs.
I recommend caution when dealing with the Gorn. They can be easily provoked.
Cool. We all know the Gorn are evil thanks to Strange New World, after all. I love how much faster my ships are than me. You do not have to buy them per character. Anything you buy in the store is per account. Let me walk that back. Most stuff you buy in the store is per account. If it is not per account, it will say so.
We have entered the orbit of Edrin 4,
Transporter
Captain.
room to bridge. The geological team, supplies, and gear are ready to beam down to Edrin 4.
Alright, stand by for transport. Stand by for rearranging the HUD. By the way, you can rearrange the HUD. This is pretty much slightly worse than FF14's method. So, good, not great, probably single positive worthy. What you can do is you can move stuff around pretty much infinitely. You can scale it somewhat. But you can only scale everything, not an individual thing. And you can hide stuff, but not everything. So that's kind of it. One positive worthy, moving on.
Lowering shields for transport. I'm detecting some unusual energy signatures in orbital space near Edrin 4. Recommend we perform a deep scan of each. They could be hazardous.
Agreed. Bring us in a sensor range. Don't know why I'm telling you to do that, because I'm doing that.
Strange. For a moment there...
What do you got?
It's nothing, Captain. Thought I was picking up an impulse drive. False alarm. I'll recalibrate the sensors. Don't want to be jumping at shadows here.
Alright.
Captain, the science and engineering teams indicate that they have made it to the surface and made contact with the science team from the Zhangha. The rest of the landing party is standing by in Transporter Room 1. They're ready to beam down when you are.
Alright, I'll head down, because I'm the captain. Also, lol, Huthor. So this is your away team. Obviously, we only have her right now, but later on you could change who you bring down. Unlike in space, where they only have the abilities that the slots have, in ground, they always have all their abilities, so keep that in mind. It's fine, it's fine. There's nothing down there. Ignore the music. Ignore the music.
Ah, there you are. Better late than never, huh? Skavron, Starfleet Corps of Engineers. Lovely planet we've got here. Charming, even, if you're fond of heat and rocks. Still, it's not a complete wash. To say this place is mineral-rich would be an understatement.
What's your background, Skavron?
My first assignment out of the Academy was on Vulcan, working at a geothermal power site in Shikar. Great people, the Vulcans. Good at arguments, though all the logic comes off a little dry for my tastes. This is my first deep space assignment, and I'm damn glad for it. Hope we're going to travel to more than desert worlds, though. I hear Ryza's nice this time of year.
Yeah, especially right now. I hear you can have sex there.
You can find mission objectives on your mini-map or by pressing the scan area key.
Oh, yeah. That's something I almost never use. It's that. It works like that. Ironically, I have had no sex in Ryza. Whole lot of jetpacking and surfing, though. Love it. I can't wait to get the new summer ship, level it up, and then abandon it forever. God, I don't know, Vigilant. But I do say thank you. Alright, I've got it. I'm going to set it at the Mariposa military base and the nearby area before the bombs fall. And I put that towards Fallout 2. Yeah, the new Horizon ship, I've seen some people have already dropped dilithium on it. That thing is huge. So we're on a desert now.
My tricorder's showing some interesting mineral formations beyond this ridge.
This looks like a good place to start our scans.
Sure thing, Daniels. Oh yeah, so did you see that? Let's see if I can recreate it. There's a lighting bug in this game. There's some places where I can 100% recreate the lighting bug, and other places where it just happens. Remind me to show it next time we're in orbit of a star.
Nice to see a report was spot on for once. The mineral deposits here are remarkably pure. This carbon deposit is unusually pure. Apparently, the Metrons don't prepare half-rate planets.
I mean, why would they? Godlike aliens. It's always with the frickin' godlike aliens. Yeah, they did something to the lighting engine a while ago, and it's had some kinks ever since.
Whoever gets the mineral rights to this planet will be pleased. Very pleased indeed.
Pleased enough to kill for it?
My readings indicate there might be dilithium on this planet. I'll need to take more scans to be sure. The variety of minerals in the topsoil alone is astounding. The soil here has a high concentration of sulfur. Either my tricorder's broken, or the soil here has an amazingly high concentration of sulfur.
My nose told me that long before your tricorder did, Ensign.
What the? Mortar fire? We'd better head back to... Whoa! The mortars have closed off the pass. We can't reach the camp. Who would do this?
Look! Over there!
It's the Gorn!
Sorry, just... You know... Oh, hang on. Shoot, where's the... There you go. Now, this game is absolutely going to get a plus for enemy variety, but I do have to ding it, because these Gorn are literally the same enemies as the giant dudes we just fought. Just, you know, different skin.
Captain, this is Lieutenant Newman. One of the Gorn ships just exploded. They're blaming us and attacking our forces, on the surface and in orbit. Captain McKinnon tried to explain, but they aren't responding to any hails. Way ahead of you, Captain. We're defending ourselves, and our shields are up, which means we can't beam you back to the ship. Afraid you're on your own for now.
Understood.
Over there. There might be a way out of this infernal canyon further down the valley.
Oh, the actual Gorn look legit. These guys look redonkulous. Die, monsters. I've seen Strange New Worlds. No, I haven't. I've seen memes about Strange New Worlds. I know what y'all are after. Frickin' xenomorphs. Surrender or die. For the glory of the Starfleet Empire. I mean, we'll be seeing the modern Gorn one way or another because there's actually a relatively major NPC who is the Klingon ambassador, who is a Gorn.
We need a way out of this canyon, and I'm thinking that big rock up there is it. With a little Federation ingenuity, we can topple this rock with a makeshift bomb. Once it's down, we can walk across it and get back to camp before the Gorn use the Zhang Ha's science team as target practice.
I mean, Stas is better than Jimpek, but I mean, that's not saying much.
Have you read Captain Kirk's report on this place?
No.
We have all the materials we need here to make bombs. They won't be pretty like me, but they'll get results. If you can collect the materials, Ensign Hunter and I will work out where to place the explosives. We're going to need at least 3 bamboo containers, sulfur, potassium nitrate, and coal.
Behind us!
Yeah, I'm as surprised as you, Huthor. Exactly, Zaktef. They look terrible. Oh, this one sounds weird. I don't like this one. Let's go down here. This feels appropriate for this. By the way, please don't think about how many people we're murdering here. I think we've killed about 30-ish so far. That number is going to go sky high. We kill thousands and thousands and thousands of people every mission. I'm not exaggerating. Like, some of the missions are hysterical. All right, now we have to kill these 30 ships. Okay. How many people do you think was on those 30 ships? It's cool, though. Let's go 2 or 3. You know, little more than that. A little more than that. Yeah, I can't wait to talk about War Crimes Are Us. I will bring it up, of course. I'm not sure where that music is. What playlist would that be under? Jungle, maybe? Nope. Whatever. There did used to be a crew number stat. It was kind of a redundant stat. It had to do with how fast your hull would regenerate. And you could take crew damage, which meant you could take regen damage. Honestly, they probably should have gotten rid of that, and they did. There was some cool stuff they could have done with it, but...
Good. Let's take these materials over to the bottom of that huge rock.
Something like a crew stat fits better in something like FTL than STO. Yeah, we're playing on normal, obviously. That looks weird like that. I don't know, Warp Core. Oh, gosh darn it. Oh, whatever. No, there's an invisible wall. My one weakness. Ah, gosh darn it. I actually had really good crew on one of my ships. I think that was my original, the assault cruiser. You know, the Generico assault. It was the mirror version of the Sovereign. It was really cheap and easy to get. It was like the cheapest and easiest tier 5 to get. So. I think I still have that ship.
Right. Ensign Hunter and I will construct the bombs we need to bring down this rock across the canyon. That's the easy part. It's up to you to keep those angry Gorn off us while we work. Hope you're a good shot. Well, at least the Gorn are punctual. Keep them off us!
Alright, time to kill dozens more people.
Crush that coal up good, Hunter. Not like that. Finer.
I've seen worse, Yada.
Careful with that. Potassium nitrate can react explosively with these materials.
I don't see why not, Warp Core, but I would still have to do the tests. So I'm not sure is the answer.
Now mix it with the coal. Carefully! I'd rather not get blown to pieces today, if you don't mind. We're just about done!
But we 100% kill more people in STO than we do in Tor. Remember, we wipe out ships, which have dozens or hundreds of crew members, regularly. Oh, we're dying. It's weird not having abilities on ground. I mean, I know I have, you know, that. I should probably go and do that.
Done! Now let's get these bombs in place! Well, now that Ensign Hunter and I did the hard work, it's time for you to pull your weight around here. You need to place these charges under the rock. Spread them out, though not too far. I'm sure you can figure out an optimal placement.
Sure. Yeah, let's not think about how many Borg we kill in this game. Probably hundreds of thousands of drones.
The bombs are primed to blow. We should move to a safe distance.
Fire in the hole!
Ha! Back in the academy, they said that in a battle of man versus nature, man loses. Well, take that, nature.
I think your victory over nature will hold, Ensign?
Absolutely. We should be able to climb that rock just fine. It's steep, but a minor obstacle for us nature conquerors. Just, watch your step.
Right.
I hope the scientists are all right. The Gorn aren't known for their mercy.
Yeah, no, the Gorn are pure evil. I'm gonna make one more Strange New Worlds joke about that. We'll save her for later.
Looks like some Gorn came through here. We better hurry.
Do you think the giant ripped open fence was a hint there, Daniels? Jesus. Oh, we'll do that, but I'm going to save that for when we actually go down to Nimbus. By the way, notice how they all just stood there for a second? That's actually a really common bug. It basically boils down to the AI doesn't trigger. So they just stand there. And then it's like, oh, right, we should be fighting. So you're going to be seeing a bit of that.
Thank you. Things were looking pretty grim there for a moment. The Gorn. They kept saying the deaths of their people would be avenged, but we didn't do anything. I haven't fired a phaser since the Academy.
You're fine, you're fine. Starfleet isn't a military. Now, join your people in the shuttle. Head back to the Zhonghe?
Glad you're in one piece, Captain. It's clear up here for the moment. Transporters are standing by.
Well, get me out of here. Yeah, the Gorn are a spacefaring race who throw rocks at people, like you do. Thank you, Warp Core. I will put that towards my dentist. And that's not how I read that sentence, but whatever. I thought you said, do bow! Because... Anyways, just to be sure, what's your backup, Warp Core? Just in case.
But the Zhongha's in rough shape. Captain McKinnon is hailing us now.
Good to hear from you. Thank you for saving my people.
No need. What's your status?
We're making repairs, but it'll be some time before our engines are back online.
Alright, we're coming. Don't worry. I am literally a death ship. I could probably destroy that planet over there. By myself. Really slow, though.
We're picking up Gorn warp signatures on our long-range sensors here. They're coming back!
Oh no!
You can fire all weapons at once by pressing the space button.
Yep, the trend of us playing Star Destroyers in MMOs continues.
Thanks for covering us. The Gorn would have made short work of my ship otherwise. I owe you one.
How's your repairs coming?
Slow but steady. Our warp drive is still disabled, but we're making progress.
We have some spare supplies. We'll beam some over.
Sending it now. I'd start with the debris of the Gorn ship that was destroyed. There might be a clue there.
Acknowledged. Hey, Evo. Welcome home. Wait until we get to WoW.
Captain, The crew of the Zhang-Ha were onto something. I ran a deep scan analysis of the Gorn debris, and the results are damned peculiar.
Go on.
Gorn ships aren't as tough as a Tellarite design, but our scaly friends know a thing or two about hull plating. Whoever fired this shot knew exactly where to hit them.
Can you tell who did it?
Not with the data we have now, but the science team just found another strange energy reading nearby.
Well, let's go. Set a course.
Picking up debris from the Gorn ship, and some trace elements of weapons-grade plasma. Sir, I know who did this. It's the Romulans.
Romulans? The people who are constantly doing false flag operations on literally every single other power in the entire quadrant? Are you sure about this?
I'll shave my eyebrows if I'm wrong. It's the Romulans, I'm sure of it. There's more bad news. The Gorn are coming back, weapons hot. Orders?
Target to disable with my giant fleet of death.
It's the same ship as before. Doesn't look like they're back at full strength, though.
No, they are not. One of my ships didn't even get to start firing at them.
We thought we could share this space equally, Federation. Your unprovoked act of aggression against our research vessel tells me otherwise.
Captain, you're an idiot. It was the Romulans.
I see no Romulans, only Federation ships. Do you think me a fool, Captain?
Yes.
Most convenient, Captain. But I am unconvinced. Produce these Romulans that you claim destroyed our ship, or prepare to pay for your crimes.
Captain, I've got an idea. If we can generate a charged particle burst, we might overload their cloak.
Alright, make it happen. I actually like that idea. Oh my god, it's a Romulan ship. I'm so shocked. So you can surrender or you can fight a Dominion ship from 200 years in the future.
Too clever, I'm afraid. No one can know of our actions here today.
Yeah, can I get some lore shocks?
I'll regret it.
It's the Romulans. It's okay. I'm gonna do Dreadnought. A Dreadnought carrier, actually. In fact, I'm just gonna sit here. Have a drink, you know. Chillax a bit. They're dead. The Dread Carrier. I like it.
Well fought, Federation. The hegemony will remember the Romulan treachery today, and your assistance in exposing it. I propose we continue our joint surveys of Edrin 4 under a mutual non-aggression pact.
Sure, no problem. Are we cool about the dozens of your people I murdered?
So there was another player on the field. Nice work out there, Captain. We'll be heading for the closest starbase soon, but we'll be back to finish our work here, along with the Gorn, I'll wager. I think the Romulans will take a pass, though.
Yeah. Good luck, Captain.
All decks have reported in. We're ready to disembark on your order.
Well, get us out of here, Warp 3.
Most missions can be turned in remotely. Click the icon
Good to hear
next
from
to
you.
the mission to
I've read Captain McKinnon's report. Things got a little rough on Edrin 4. Still, the Diplomatic Corps thinks your actions will make a difference in future talks with the Gorn. Well done.
So we got a bunch of stuff here, including the Tellarite we're working with there. You can rename them, too, if you want to.
Starfleet hasn't heard from Deep Space Station K-13 in a while. It's in a tactically sensitive part of the quadrant, and the brass is getting concerned. Get out there, find out what you can, and render assistance if needed. And hey, be careful, okay? This could go sideways, fast. Stay safe out there.
Okay. Oh my god. Go! Oh god, this is so slow. We're gonna keep doing this in the Star Destroyer just because it's funny. Don't worry, we won't do this for the other ones, I swear. It's just, this is hysterical. Ironically, for our Jim-Hadar ship, we'll just be in a plain old. Oh my god, sector travel is the worst without being max level. Warp 5! Oh my god, negative to gameplay. Jesus Christ. Go. Go. Oh my god. Ugh. That's an interesting question. Whoops. No, we cannot. Oh, it was bad. It was good, but it was bad.
We've arrived near Deep Space K-13, Captain. This is odd. I'm not picking up any comm traffic. No signals, nothing at all. From K-13 or the other ships in system.
Oh yeah, that's great. Hang on, let me launch all of my Death Fighters here.
Sensors aren't detecting enemy vessels or warp signatures. No signs of combat either. This is peculiar. I'm not sure what to make of it.
It's probably just not a thing because we're in the past. FML word. Do we stop the Nova? No. Yellow alert. Launch all fighters. All of them. Okay, there we go.
Captain, the other ships are raising shields and charging weapons.
Oh my god, I'm so shocked by this. I should mention that I have special abilities I haven't even been using. Like, I could do this and just make it die. Make whatever's in front of me just die. Just whatever it is, you know?
Captain, those were the Starfleet ships assigned to patrol this sector. I don't think that was a war game or training sim. Their weapons were at full power.
See if you can raise the ships. Use all channels. Do whatever it takes to get through.
Stay away! They're taking control! Don't come near us! They'll take you too! This station came from the station!
Who's taking control? What's happening over there? Just spit it out, man. Come on.
Message from Starfleet Command, Captain. We're to investigate the situation immediately.
Are you serious? Better nuke them. Well, we're in a good position to nuke these people right now.
No signs of combat on board the station, Captain. No hostile life form readings either. Everything's quiet.
Obvious statement.
Sensors are picking up a number of life signs over there, but I'm not reading any unusual activity. All of the station systems seem to be functioning normally. Think we should beam over and have a look around?
I just want to show something off really quick before we beam over. Because that's the entire space station, and this is my Star Destroyer. Do note this is only part of my Star Destroyer, because the other part is over there, getting ready to shoot anything nearby. Anyways. I could probably ram ships and not really, like, suffer for the action. Just, alright, run into them. Keep the shields at maximum. Sir, they're trying to ram us. What? Yep, we gotta beam over, no masks. No protective gear whatsoever. That's important. And I want you to lick every console you come by. Lick it! It's the Starfleet Ray. There actually is a ramming ability. It's fantastic. You can only use it at low health unless you have a certain proviso, which lets you use it at high health. It kills you, but it does a ludicrous amount of kinetic damage.
No one's at their duty stations. Not even the transporter operator. Station's not on alert. What's happening? Tricorder's picking up a life sign nearby. Looks like they're in sickbay just across the hall.
Alright, hang on. Let me switch to the horror music real quick. Let's switch back to this. Yeah, no signs of a struggle.
Blast points on the wall.
Are you blind, lady?
There was a fight here. But with whom? No sign of Klingon or Romulan weapon fire. Just Federation.
I have a bad Star Wars reference about this.
The lights have all been dimmed, but it looks like sickbay's still operational. Over to the right.
Someone was expecting a fight. Against whom or what? I have no idea. Captain, I think I saw motion in that room to the left.
Excuse me?
Stop where you are and turn about slowly. I need to determine if you are infected.
Infected with what exactly?
Neural parasites. A life form last encountered by the crew of the Enterprise at Deneva Colony. Those possessed by the creatures tend to engage in hostilities with the uninfected, the better to render them fit for infestation.
Well, as you can see, we're friendly, Ensign...
Temet. And while you have not engaged in hostilities thus far, I have seen infected employ false passivity in order to lure unwary prey. A tricorder scan of your adrenaline levels should verify your status.
A logical precaution. Scan away.
Scans show a slightly elevated level of adrenaline, though nowhere near that of an infected life form. Thank you for your patience. One can never be too cautious where these parasites are concerned.
Tell me about them. I hear it was a really unmemorable episode of TOS.
They are a life form that propagates by infiltrating the nervous system of a host creature. Through this neural link, they can compel their host to obey their bidding. They can also inflict extreme pain upon the host at will, and do so to discourage attempts at resistance. While effective, this punishment can lead to permanent neurological damage or death. At this time, most of the station personnel have become infected. While there is a possibility of uninfected survivors, I must warn that it is remote.
Any recommendations, Edson?
According to Starfleet data files, the parasites can be safely destroyed by exposure to high-intensity ultraviolet light. My attempts at reconfiguring the station's lighting thus far have been unsuccessful. I am a physician, not a habitat engineer.
Right.
As a precaution, I have developed a serum that can render a person toxic to the creatures. However, medical supplies here are limited. I have enough serum to inoculate your landing party and one other person.
Well, at random thought, maybe you should do that. This is Lieutenant Bragwin of the DB JH-17921-80. I hate Gemini ship names. Is anyone on the station able to respond?
Now there's a voice I wasn't expecting. I take it you heard my distress call then. Well, in case you haven't noticed, the station's been overrun by neural parasites. The wee devils are back with a vengeance.
We're up in sickbay. Can you join us here?
I'm afraid not. I'm in the auxiliary control room, down on the engineering deck. The place is filthy with parasites, so you'll understand if I don't go out for a wee jaunt.
Understood. We'll make our way to you. Bragwin out.
I have secured a small amount of security gear. It may give you another edge against the parasites.
Excellent. Ensign, you're with us. Gear up, head to engineering. You.
Equip your bridge officers by selecting them, then double-click an item in your inventory
No,
to
I'm
have
good.
them equip it.
They don't matter. They'll just
Pass through the
die.
mess hall, we can access a turbo lift to reach engineering. Whenever you are ready. These crew members, they're all infected by the parasites. Be careful.
I guess I'll just shoot them then. Thank goodness these parasites will never be heard from again. Could you imagine? See, now we're actually setting it to stun. Just this once.
The creatures continue to be resistant to tricorder scans, sir. It may be fascinating. I'm detecting an unusually high level of tachyons nearby. Based on these readings, it is possible that a temporal event has occurred on the station within the last 4.2 hours.
All right. That's pretty precise, actually. No, we're here to stun them to death. Not as bad next to Concordia. There's a couple of funny ones, though. Mostly on, like, the stations, the towns. Yeah, you ever wonder, like, what's up with all the murder pancakes? Like, do they have a goal, you know? Like, part of a hive mind? Do they like pancakes? Or is that just the way they are? I mean, I don't know. I do like the term murder pancakes. Probably until the end of next week, or a little bit further, Evo. We'll see.
The auxiliary control station is down the hall to our right. I'm reading a single human life form within the room. The biosigns match those of Commander Scott in the Starfleet Medical Database.
Let's not keep him waiting. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Scotty.
Hi there. It's good to see a friendly face.
I give him some scotch.
Ah, there you are. I was beginning to get a bit concerned. Thought you might have been taken by those little beasties. I'll just lock the door so none of them can get in while we discuss our next course of action. Now that you're here, we've some work to do. The way I see it, we need to get to main engineering and turn on the station's ultraviolet lighting. That'll sort the nasty buggers out properly.
I'm sorry, you have ultraviolet lighting in the inside the station?
While I cannot attest to the ability of UV light to sort Denivan parasites, it will initiate a complete molecular breakdown within all parasites exposed to it.
Benson?
Aye, she's a Vulcan, all right. I was trying to override the lighting controls from here. It looks like someone sabotaged several duotronic relays. We have to repair them if we're going to have any chance of saving the station. Before we go, grab yourself a kit from the crate there. It might come in handy. We better get a move on. The parasites aren't ones to loiter about.
Glad you're with us, Scotty. Lead the way. Oh, hey, now he closes the door. That's funny. Oh, hey, look. Ensign Daniels is with us.
Equip a kit to gain new ground combat abilities.
Aye, this is one of the broken relays, right here. That one was easy. Just a few more to go. All right, there are several ways through the engineering section here. Keep in mind that the parasites tend to stay in dark corners. If you want to avoid them, do your best to stay in the lit areas.
Thanks for the reminder, Mr. Scott. Kill them immediately. Most people I know don't know how to voice or act Vulcan. I was actually really lucky to get several people who could do good Vulcan impressions.
We devils that they are.
For the FF9 theater.
Our odds of success are greatest if we remain in well-lit areas.
We're fine, we're fine. See, they're all dead, everything's fine. Mr. Red could not do a Vulcan, no. Notice some of the parasites, pancakes, whatever the hell they are. Just hanging out down there, doing their thing.
I'll have this fixed up straight away.
That's a good question, Admiral Thrawn of the Empire. We're reviewing STO right now, and will be for probably about a week.
That takes care of that. No trouble at all.
Grenade. It's okay, it's a grenade set to stun. Which I make fun of, but that's actually a thing, so whatever.
This one just needs new fuses. There we are. Good as new.
Don't worry, I would never set the sun to stun. I might set runabouts to stun, though.
Now this may be a bit tricky.
Right, that's fair, Flagant. That's fair. Of course I do, my Kramano. Don't you?
Just a wee bit longer.
We've already reviewed one Fire Emblem game. And I think 3 others are on the books. So I don't see why not, in most cases. Depends on the specific game, though. Alright, now we just have to walk into this oh my god. Oh god, it's on me. Oh, the pain. The pain. But I use my inhuman strength to rip it free. Rip me free? Oh, whatever. Love the animations. Ah. I mean, it's supposed to be horrifically painful because it's directly stimulating your nerves, so... that would probably suck. It's okay, we're Andorian. We were born with pain. Oh, she got that. Hang on, are you okay? It's okay, she is also Andorian. We got this. Everything's cool.
It looks like someone has overridden the command codes. You best get to the command center and see what you can do from there. I'll stay here, barricade the door, and keep trying to get those UV lights going.
Alright, Scotty. Stay safe. Come on. God, the old Jeffries tubes are terrible.
Look! Who are those soldiers? They're definitely not Starfleet.
Yes, who are these very mysterious soldiers? Okay, real talk. Does anybody recognize these if you haven't played this game? I don't blame you if you don't.
Get the lights while the commander's down.
Oh, Federation. Easy answer, Admiral Thrawn. I mean, it's the only faction, let's be honest.
The parasites. They're dying. All of them.
Salvage what you can and send a squad to kill the Federation vermin.
So yes, those are the Nakul. Although, actually, I'm sorry, they're just called alien intruders here. But yes, they are from Enterprise. And if you don't recognize them, really, don't feel bad. Oh yeah, no, they should wipe the floor with us. I mean, we do have Daniels right there. Yeah, him.
Actually, the name's Daniels. This may be a little difficult to absorb, but recent events may make it more plausible. I'm actually from the future. I can't tell you how far. Just that it's a future worth protecting. That's why I'm here now. The aliens we're fighting are called the Nakul, and they're waging a temporal Cold War with us. They're trying to change the timeline here in order to disrupt the future. Understand that I follow a temporal version of the Prime Directive. There's only so much I can reveal to you. Trust that we're doing the right thing here.
And yes, that is Daniels' actor.
just that it's a future worth protecting. Time's a factor. We need to stop the Nakul from obtaining the neural parasites. The Nakul ship that brought these invaders is now fighting the USS Ptolemy. Someone must have sent a distress call. Unfortunately, Ptolemy is no match for the Nakul. Neither is your ship, at least not alone. We should eliminate the parasites on the ships you fought earlier. Those crews will help you once their minds are their own again. It's risky, but it's our best shot here.
So, try to be shocked, but they took the STO, which is known for taking stupid plot threads and making them work, took the Temporal Cold War and made it something really awesome.
We can return to the ship on your orders.
It's an entire arc, actually, the Temporal War. Let's call it what it is. Hang on. Let's go with...
I'm transferring command codes to you now. Use them to remotely access the computer on those disabled ships and emit an ultraviolet flash inside.
This is Captain Seralt of the Ptolemy. We have engaged the enemy ship, but we are outmatched. Please restore those ships and join the fight quickly.
STO fixes so many plot threads, it's
Looks
ridiculous.
like everyone's coming around. The parasites are gone.
This parasites? What? Okay, sorry. We're right behind you, Captain. Lead the way.
I do like that one Nakul ship is considered a boss fight. But, I mean, you know... I think we got this.
Fine work, Captain. You sent those devils back to wherever they came from. We do have a wee problem, however. The burst I sent, when combined with the power source, created a feedback pulse. The feedback is creating some kind of spatial anomaly, which is beginning to pull the station in. We need to evacuate, immediately.
Oh yeah, I think I said no to Daria, speaking of which, Ross. Pretty sure. If I did say yes, it's on the Streamations page. If I said no, then it's not. Whoa, I accidentally closed. We need to evacuate the station quickly. I wish I went very slowly.
Scott here. The portal's collapsing. We're in for a right bumpy ride. Everyone's aboard. Get us clear before that portal blows. There she goes. I don't think anyone's ever seen a station do that.
Yeah, don't worry about K-13.
Captain, before K-13 was pulled into the vortex, I picked up a few distress signals inside the station.
Scotty, you said we had everybody.
Perhaps not. After all, it was a temporal vortex. They may well survive. In another time.
I wouldn't worry about K-13.
Well then, it's been quite a day, hasn't it? Neural parasites, time-traveling raiders. Why, things will seem almost normal once I'm back on the Enterprise.
Don't say that.
Speaking of, I'm sure the ships here can give me a lift back to her now that they're parasite-free. If Starfleet Command gives you any grief on this, remind them that lives are more valuable than equipment. And you saved a lot of lives today.
I mean, honestly, if I have to remind Starfleet of that, then we've done something wrong. But thanks, Scotty.
I apologize for springing all of this on you at the last minute, and I'll explain more as soon as I can. For now, I can tell you that history is unfolding as it should, and that was not the end of K-13. You're building a fine tradition of making the right decisions in crisis situations. In the meantime, don't talk to anyone about the Nakul or their time travel. We can't risk any further corruption of the timeline.
Right.
System scans clear, Captain. Looks like everything's getting back to normal. We can leave the system on your orders.
Yeah, honestly, we'd probably do better with Scotty than Kirk did, I'm just saying. Although, Kirk would do a lot worse without Scotty, but, you know, that's whatever. That's kind of hard to avoid.
Straight. K-13, an entire space station, just disappeared into some type of spatial anomaly?
Uh-huh.
And I thought some of Kirk's after-action reports were a little out there. Starfleet Command won't be pleased with the loss of K-13, or the people that were still on board. But they'll be happy to hear about the lives you did save. Good work out there. Keep it up.
Thanks. That sounds like a really half-assed attaboy. Now, hold on. This is a perfect example, I think, if I can get it right. Might not be the right type of star. Hang on. Yeah, it's the wrong kind of star. Ah, well.
We have a problem at Babel. Caridian rebels have taken several Federation trade officials hostage. They're threatening to kill them unless the UFP withdraws from the Corridan sector.
Really?
I'd like you to work with the negotiation team and try to resolve this peacefully.
Okay. God, I just feel like the maid here.
Captain, I need to speak with you in my quarters. I think it's time for that explanation I owe you.
Well, alright, let's talk. When we get to Babel.
There's more to this mission than you realize, Captain.
Please stop telling me the future.
Something's not right. I'll explain shortly.
Is it the giant Jem'Hadar dreadnought I'm flying? Daniels, are you why I have this ship? That would explain a lot, actually. Yeah, Daniels, I actually kind of commented on this during the Enterprise ruminations. Daniels isn't really good at his job. You ever notice that? I mean, I know it's because a lot of the Enterprise stuff was badly written. Let's just call that what it is. But he really is kind of bad at his job. Like, it's not like he's evil. He's just, you know... He's Daniels. He's a time consultant. It's perfect. Oh my god, go! By the way, check it out. The neutral zone. Which is funny when you think about it, because the Klingons are actually down there, but whatever. That's a good question, Mike Kamano. I'm not sure. Hang on. Let me see if I remember how to go to my own bridge. I haven't done that in a really long time. Oh, there it is. That was easy. Hang on, let me beam onto my bridge. I thought about doing it fly again, but god, I'm just so slow. That just sounds like such a waste of time. I was just about to say, we don't have personal shields in lore yet, so... Oh, here we go. So here's what my bridge looks like. My very, very Federation bridge. TOS era and everything. Oh, whatever. Let me get back in the captain's chair. Let me get back to space here. I've always loved the idea that you beam out of the bridge to go back to commanding your ship. Sir, they've already got a Jem'Hadar carrier. What do you want from me? Oh, alright, fair enough.
I appreciate your patience. I'm what's known as a temporal agent. It's my job to preserve the timeline. You helped me stop one temporal incursion at K-13. There's been another at Babel, and I could use your help with it.
I would, but there's something wrong with my arms.
Welcome to the Temporal Ready Room. I use it to monitor...
You don't need to show me this, Daniels.
I've sent agents to a critical point in time.
Daniels!
I believe they disrupted the Babel Conference in 2268 aboard the USS Enterprise. I want to send you back there to stop them. You'll be sent back to a point shortly before the conference begins. I'm sending one of our best temporal agents along. I believe you've met.
Nice to see you again. It's been some time. For me, at least. For you, I see hardly any time has passed at all. It must be strange to see me looking, older.
Once you're on Enterprise, deal with the Nakul and make sure the conference proceeds as planned. You'll have a temporal transponder, which will allow me to communicate with you and bring you back. You'll also have these bioscanners. They're short range, but will detect Nakul agents nicely.
Do the job right, and no one will know we were there.
Sure thing, Chekhov. So, yeah, I actually always loved the idea of Chekhov being recruited to the temporal cops. Something about that just fits in my mind in a way I don't know how to explain otherwise, right? Like, Sulu becoming a captain, you know, how that just kind of fits? Same thing, right? Chekhov becoming a temporal agent, yeah, I buy it. Thank you, Arathrobo. I will jot that down for the Dragon Age blog. By the way, I love this, because you know what we have right here? The best uniform in the entire franchise, right next to the worst uniform in the entire franchise.
The situation at Babel shouldn't be happening. Something in the past has changed, and not for the better.
I believe you 100%.
Let's begin by using Enterprise's sensors to look for signs of our time-traveling friends. The computer won't have any details on the Nakul, so you'll need to recalibrate the sensors manually on the bridge.
Okay.
Oh, and one more item to be aware of. Ensign Pavel Chekhov is currently on duty on the bridge, which is why I will be remaining here out of sight. As much as I would like to visit the bridge again, two of me in the same place would raise questions neither of us wants to answer.
Alright, I'll leave my officers with you too, just in case.
Let's get to
They're
work.
currently inside of
check
me.
with you again after you are done on the bridge.
So that makes sense.
I haven't worn this uniform for some time. It's a little... snug.
Chekhov, you look terrible. Oh, you know how it is. Wednesdays, am I right? Just looking around, don't mind me. Captain Uhura. Oh yeah, so these little mini games exist. I have almost
Nice
nothing to say
work.
about them.
I'm getting some readings from Deck 11, but I can't pinpoint them. Some sort of interference. We'll need to get close and scan by hand. Start with the mess hall. There are a lot of people coming and going there.
Funny thing, Scotty's actually the second in command, or yeah, second officer, third in command of the original Enterprise. The reason I bring that up is he wears red. So does Uhura, who is fifth in command, below Sulu. I only bring all this up because it's always amused me the random idea that someone saw them in charge and was like, you know, red looks good for the command track. And thus TNG. Scans. Please stop flirting with me. Actually, yes, Mike Romano. Scotty does take charge in several episodes. Usually it's the Kirks on the planet. Try to be shocked. It's funny because it's usually Kirk and Spock on the planet. So Scotty actually takes charge more often than anyone else other than Kirk. In fact, I'm pretty sure Scotty is in command more times than Spock is. I'm not doing anything, I'm just taking some cursory scans. Yeah, it's funny, Scotty's always competent in command, too. That's the best part. Headaches, Trihexia. Just headaches. Favorite first officer?
Vulcan, I would speak to you.
It does seem unavoidable.
How do you vote on the Corridon mission?
So yes, we are here during Journey to Babel.
Sensors are showing that one of the delegates is leaving the lounge. Follow him. He might be trying to slip out before you can get a scan.
Don't mind me.
Is there something I can help you with?
Apologies, just a routine check for biocontaminants.
Oh, should I be concerned? It was my understanding that the transporter filters out biohazards.
We're just being thorough, Ambassador, for everyone's safety. You understand, I'm sure.
Of course. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way.
Have a pleasant evening, Ambassador. Ironically, I actually like all the first officers. The catch is Chakotay is at the very bottom, not because Chakotay is a bad character or because Robert Beltran's a bad actor, but because he is given the least opportunity to do anything with the role.
Looks like they're on the move, though I'm still getting a lot of false readings on the sensors. Let's keep checking the deck. Like the old Russian saying goes, 2 heads are better than 1.
Right.
Being here takes me back. It was quite a different time for Starfleet. Head back toward the reception.
Who's Una? Who's Ransom? I know nothing of what you speak. All right. Nothing, I say! Yeah, I haven't watched New Trek, and honestly, I may never. We'll see.
There he is. Wait, that's Ambassador Gav.
No! I'm being attacked by someone who's definitely not in a cool... Damn it, Evo, I always knew you were with the temporal agents! Which, actually, that would make a lot of sense in hindsight.
One down, unlikely more to go. There's nothing we can do for Ambassador Gav, unfortunately. If memory serves, Captain Kirk was attacked next, on Deck 5.
Well, let's go before we, Kirk dies. That would suck. Yes. Would that suck? Oh, I would kill for donuts. I'd kill everyone for donuts. But thank you, Evo. You didn't say not to bow. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Too far. We're okay. Thank you, Evo. Also, I'm afraid I have terrible, terrible feedback on the Frenoy. Oh no!
The captain's wound is serious. He'll bleed out if we don't help him. Stabilize him, quickly. Dr. McCoy will be here shortly to finish the job.
All right. Jesus, I'll go save Captain Kirk's life. God. Yep, there's Kirk. His only appearance in STO as an unconscious person bleeding out.
Good. It looks like the captain is stabilized. We need to move. I've detected Nakul technology in engineering.
Let's go. So I'm just going to tell you right now, this is Type 2 time travel. It is very precise Type 2 time travel, and that's one of those interesting little caveats. If you do Type 2 time travel very precisely, it will look like Type 1, but it isn't, because Type 1 is one of those things that's more defined from an out-of-character perspective than an in-character perspective. We, outside of the temporal flow of the setting, can tell the same thing always happened, right? But if you change things in such a very precise way so that it looks like the same thing always happened, you are actually changing it, but you're changing it in a way that makes it seem that nothing was changed at all, which is what's happening here. Okay, whatever. Scotty!
Someone set a bomb in here. I cannot defuse it and keep the mains online at the same time. Wait! Chekhov! Is that you? You look older than me, laddie. And you, the last time I saw you was on Dorzana Station. Something was dodgy then, and it's more than a wee bit dodgy now.
It's complicated, Scotty. We've been sent back in time to keep the Enterprise from being destroyed. Aliens are trying to alter the future of the Federation. There's no time to explain. You have to trust us, old friend. We're here to help.
Did you notice the Drozana drop? Just remember that for later. It is going to come up later. I should get some music going here. Hang on. Let's do... No, that's too loud. This'll work. That's terrible. We'll do this, screw it.
All right, lad. You can start by helping me keep this ship from blowing to pieces. And get rid of that bloody bomb, if you can.
Just tell us what to do. I mean, in the interest of fairness, Daniels walked up
to the number 6 shield.
To some rando he'd never actually met before. And said, hey, time travel. Chekhov
now check on that bomb.
Did that to Scotty.
Auxiliary power to shields.
Like, I'm just saying, there is a bit of a difference there. Where's the... There it is.
Auxiliary power to shields. Good work. Now check on that bomb.
So, we're going to give a negative to audio spam for this game, just so you know.
Repair teams to deck 5. Good work. Now check on that bomb. The captain's ordering me to cut the power? I see what he's about.
Oh no, they've defeated us.
That got him.
We can't disarm this bomb, but we need to get to that Orion ship anyway. We can take it with us.
Why not just beam it into space?
We can't let that ship be captured. It has dangerous technology on it. Scotty, I need you to trust me. That ship needs to be destroyed. You can't tell anyone what happened here. It could damage the timeline irreparably. Besides, I'm captain now, so I technically outrank you.
All right, lad. I'll take you at your word. Once you're ready, I'll send you and that bomb over.
I have not seen Orville, no.
Good luck to you. Energizing.
Fair, von Falkenstein.
Now, what's this?
Yeah, don't worry about it. Oh, sorry, I didn't answer the type question, but von Falkenstein did, so yay.
The Orions will lock down their ship. We need to override their security systems.
Push X to aim your weapon. Aiming your weapon will give you a 30%
Use the B key
bonus
to
to damage
damage.
between shooter mode and RPG mode.
No. You're not the boss of me. Yeah, remember the thing Scotty found and remember Drozana Station. They will both come up later. This is a very, very rare example of a game that's probably going to get a full triple positives for both external and internal continuity. Put on some clothes, hippie. I mean, the AI is okay, Trithon, but...
Use C to crouch.
Never.
Gives a 50% defensive.
Never. Okay, I probably actually should in this room.
Damage from melee attacks.
Well, yeah. This is a revamp, so they already had pieces in place to reference here. For those of you not aware, obviously the TOS Air Origin isn't super new, but it is one of the newer intros. I believe the second newest intro overall. About to be third if they ever finish the Klingon revamp. We haven't actually talked about flanking. I probably should go for flanking, because flanking is awesome. It's also a thing in space. We'll talk about that too. Don't worry.
I'm going to try to attach the bomb to the ship's engine controls. I'll need you to cover me. See if you can hold them at the doorway so they can't shoot me in the back.
Star Trek is soft sci-fi pretending to be hard sci-fi. Really. I'm not saying that to be facetious. It is super squishy soft. Oh, did they already put that in? My bad. I don't know why I thought that wasn't... Okay, so sorry, this is the third most recent intro. Which, at this point, that just means the only intro that isn't relatively recent is the Romulan one. Which is funny, because I still have very fond memories of that one. Battlestar Galactica is... mostly hard. But...
the bomb is in place. Not much time left. We need to get out of here before we go down with the ship.
Let's go. I mean, more adherence to the science side of the angle, Evo. Less adherence to the fiction side. Okay, so hang on. We're in the temporal area. There's only one song for the temporal area.
That was close. I'm glad I got you out of there in time. You're both valuable agents. Of course, no one will know what you've done today, with the exception of Commander Scott. That being said, this won't be the strangest thing he'll see in his career. Not by a long shot.
So, might make our next meeting a little awkward.
Indeed. Comes with the job, I'm afraid. In the meantime, I can send you and Captain Chekhov back to your respective timelines when you're ready.
Sure thing. Hello, actually competent temporal agent.
That was quite an adventure. I think you have the makings of a fine temporal agent, my friend. As good as it was to see Enterprise again, I have other duties to attend to. We're preparing for a very serious event, the Battle of Procyon 5. That conflict will determine the... Ah, but you don't need to worry about that now. Enjoy your time on the frontier of yesteryear, a time that will never come again.
Procyon 5. Remember that one, too. Yeah, Mass Effect is more hard sci-fi than Star Trek is, because it's a gradient, right? But it is also hard, soft, pretending to be hard.
A lot could have gone wrong today. We could have lost critical figures in history. Sarek of Vulcan, James Kirk, and the crew of the Enterprise. The list is long. However, the timeline was preserved, thanks to you and Captain Chekhov. The Babel Conference proceeds as planned, and Corridan is admitted to the Federation. Well done. I'll continue to monitor the timeline for incursions. I hope I can count on you again when the time comes for action.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Things are heating up with the Tholians. Monitor stations are detecting large fleet movements toward Federation space, and they're refusing all of our diplomatic hails. We're doing all we can to prevent a war, but it's not looking good. I want you to join a task force I'm assembling. If this goes south, I want my best people on the front line when it does.
Okay.
Stay safe out there.
The Federation shouldn't be having significant issues with the Tholians at this point in time. I've been scanning the timeline and I think I've found the problem. 2 years ago, a Tholian colonial fleet was destroyed. The Tholians blamed the Federation, and increasing hostilities have ultimately led us here. This is something I'll need your help to correct.
Okay. Sure.
I've pinpointed the incident in question, setting temporal transponder back 2 years. We need to correct the timeline during the Defiance encounter with the Tholians.
No, not that Defiant. Yeah. So for those who've never seen TOS, this is the original Defiant. The one that's also in Enterprise. Also a clever move while we're on the subject. Oh wow, Kira White Noise, that's ridiculous. Am I there yet? Oh my god, I'm not even halfway there. Yeah. This is the dilithium store. Ignore this forever. Okay, we're good. Wow, the ship stops when I do that. Holy crap. Purchase skills without stopping? I can. I'm not going to. I suppose I should talk about this screen, though. Even though I haven't looked at this screen in years. So you get skills from leveling up, and you spend them to focus on essentially one of three broad paths: engineering, science, or tactical. This is honestly pretty basic stuff. There's nothing really fancy about this, and frankly, I don't think this is a positive or a negative, because it's all bare bones talent points, right? Like, this increases your hull point. This increases your shield penetration. This gives you weapon specialization. This gives you defensive maneuvering. It's just a way to stat your character up in one direction or another. Generally speaking, you want to go red, because red makes you do damage, and damage is everything in this game. You can increase your shields, and your resurrection, all that fun stuff. You know, there's some sciencey stuff that's good for certain builds. There's some engineering stuff which is okay. Ground, nobody gives a crap. Do whatever there. Now, that thing that's grayed out, specialization, that is where things really get interesting, but I can't even show you that. What is this song? Oh, I see what playlist we're on. Yeah, no, that tracks. But yes, correct, Evo. Doctor Who, for example, extraordinarily soft. Probably one of the most widespread soft science series out there. Star Trek is still pretty soft, but leaning towards hard. Star Wars is actually pretty much in the middle, weirdly enough. At least it used to be. Mass Effect is somewhere around the middle-ish. The Expanse is way over at that side. If you ground your hard science fiction in a soft science, it's still hard sci-fi. Let me just bring my temporal dreadnought here. Just didn't joke about because that's a real thing.
We've arrived in 2268, and not a moment too soon. The Nakul are clearly out for blood. Tholians are quite xenophobic. They may feel the Federation is part of the problem here.
Real quick, thing I don't like about any carrier thing. We'll wait until we define the Force, Uthor. Thing I don't like about any carrier build, every time you enter in any loading screen, even if you're on the same mission that you were already on, you have to relaunch your fighters. Hate that crap.
We're being hailed by the Defiant. I'll remind you that our orders forbid us from telling them anything specific about the situation. I recommend deflecting their questions until the situation here is resolved.
You mean your orders?
Good to see you. We're in a real tight spot here. The Tholians were taking a serious beating when we reached the system, and the other ships opened fire on us the minute we dropped out of warp. Mind lending us a hand until we figure out what's going on?
Sure thing, Captain. Let's save the Tholians.
This was a Tholian colony fleet.
See if you can take a little pressure off. We need to firm up our shields.
Alert warp core breach imminent. Attempt.
The aliens have disabled the Tholian flagship. She's in trouble.
Sir, if the Nakul kill the Queen, an entire Tholian bloodline will be wiped out.
Ship integrity compromised.
Enemy boarding parties are beaming to the Tholian flagship.
We at some point do need to discuss the dilithium market.
The aliens. Defend the Queen.
And explain why it's broken and wrong.
Estimated Tholian casualties are in the thousands.
Vengeance. Vengeance for the children.
Oh, we'll talk about the Nakul much later. Like, probably next week later. Just remember all the crap they're doing down here.
Don't suppose you have any idea what's going on here? There's nothing on these aliens in our computers or why they'd attack the Tholians, or us for that matter.
Right now I need you on Overwatch. More of those could show up anytime.
Alright, do what you need to do. We'll talk about all of this when the shooting stops. Deal?
Deal. Stay safe.
I know it doesn't feel great keeping information from the Defiant's crew, but believe me, it's for the best. I'll monitor the situation here while you assist the Tholians. Do what you can to save them. Good luck.
I'm sorry, what would you know about withholding information about the future from people, Daniels? Yeah, that's a fun ship, by the way. That's the Tarantula, what I was just pulling up alongside. But yeah, the waiting list is in the millions upon millions, last I checked. And that was just a couple months ago. Daniels is just an idiot. That's not, you know what, I'm gonna walk that back. He's just incompetent. He's a bumbling, blithering incompetent. He's not actually that stupid.
I've found appropriate transport coordinates on the Tholian flagship. Hopefully you can convince them that we're not at fault here. If the Tholians go to war with the Federation now, it would be devastating on a galactic scale.
Yeah, it's because they're the... We'll talk about the Tholians later. Keep an eye on things, Daniels. Let me know if anything changes.
Sensors show the interior of the Tholian ship is too hot for us. You will need to put on an EV suit before going there.
This is our EV tutorial. Now, I'm pretty sure nowadays we're good on this. We've got it. So, yep. Oh my god, it looks so terrible. Hello, from TV Land.
I'm reading multiple Nakul hostiles, sir. They're all over the ship.
Well, let's go murder them then. Jesus.
Only a few Tholian life signs.
There's nothing but beetle stuff in these.
I'm detecting numerous Nakul life signs, and more are on the way. Nakul reinforcements are on their way to your position. Stay
I haven't had to care about positioning in so long. So if you get behind enemies, do flanking damage. Flanking damage does more damage. So what I like to do is get around them, so either I'm doing it or my peoples are doing it. I used to do that regularly. Then I started using weapons that don't rely on flanking damage. So, still a thing you should do if you're not, you know, death walking.
On the flagship just spiked. Something's wrong, and I doubt the Tholians are to blame. I'm reading more incoming Nakul transporter signatures.
We're dead. Now, if you notice, I was actually dying on purpose because I figured this was a good time to show it off. This is what happens when you die. You go down, but you're right here. Someone else can run up and respawn you by using the respawn ability on you. Once you get up, you...
Nakul have triggered this ship's self-destruct sequence. We've got to shut that down, and fast!
You're stunned for a few seconds, and you come up with full shields but low health. That's the respawn mechanic. Now, I'm not sure if that's positive-worthy, but it is nice to note that it's a good band-aid for the other problems ground combat has. Oh no, melee build totally works, ask Pax. There are plenty of ways to make melee work. No experience lost, no item lost, no nothing. Now, if you have to reset, if you wipe, you go back to the last checkpoint. Yeah, melee bypasses shields. It just has some other trade-offs, too.
We've stopped the ship from detonating, but they're not cool. They've killed Tholian colonists and even hatchlings ruthlessly. What they've done here is an atrocity.
Hey, Yada. Also, as an aside, remember, the Nakul are the people who looked at the Nazis and said, amateurs. Anyways. So, there is another hard to really describe problem with melee. It's that melee abilities and melee weapons work slightly different than other weapons in that you don't have one attack, you actually have like three, which rotates through it, right? So you use attack, attack, attack 1, attack 2, attack 3, attack 1, attack 2, 3. That can have some lag issues and interacts weirdly with how stuttery the game is, so it's kind of just awkward to do. Still, does a crap ton of damage, and, you know, will bypass shields. I actually was going to do a melee build until I just decided I hated playing it. Just the aforementioned awkwardness.
Close to your position, and more Nakul are on their way. I'd hurry if I were you.
That being said, I have melee weapons on several of my buffs, including Lincoln's axe. As an aside, that's actually a Tholian boss that's helping us. There are actual bosses in this game. They even have unique abilities and everything. We'll show off a few of them. There's not many. There's like 5 in the whole game. They're cool. Maybe 6.
Humanoid command unit. Why did you kill your kind? This is irrational. Explain.
Oh, right. So this is what the Tholians look like. Sorry, I just realized. Unless you've seen Enterprise, you've never seen a Tholian. Enterprise was the first time they ever actually showed a Tholian's whole body. I think they look frickety cool, but that's just me.
Federation, not cool. All humanoids are the same. Chaotic, irrational, peaceful, then not. Warring, then you leave.
We are not the same as the Nakul, Your Majesty. We are not your enemy.
Those you call Nakul killed our people, our children. All are dead. Our sisters must know. Leave now, Federation. Leave us to our final task.
They look more crabby than spidery to me. Also, wrong number of legs. What can we do to help? We fought the Nakul. We came to save you.
You cannot help us. Too late. The hatchlings slaughtered. The colonists lost. Nothing can help in the face of this terror. We must send our message. Others will come. Leave now.
We've got enemy ships on an intercept course, including a dreadnought. We won't last long against a force like that.
Alright, I'm coming.
Continue to fight, Nakul. Keep them from us while we contact our sisters. If you speak truly, you will not betray us.
Something I also like about the Tholians is they're very flat. Like, I don't mean in a bad way. I mean, like, their mentality is very, very simple. And they don't think in terms of nuance. In fact, I'm not sure Tholians understand the concept of nuance. They're just, okay, do this. And that's it. That's them. I actually talked about this about a year ago. About 2 years ago. During the Tholian Web episode of TOS. But that episode went live recently, so that's why it's kind of recent on my mind. Anyways, ahem.
We better get back to the ship before that Nakul dreadnought comes into range.
Yeah, there's nothing I love more than fighting a friggin' dreadnought. No, we're a dread carrier. Big difference. We carry dread to people. Tholians also have another wonderful niggle about them, which I love, but we'll get to that later. Okay, is it weird, Trithon, that when I saw that, I just said, why are you saying potato, potato? It's so confusing. Why would you say that potato twice? I don't understand, man.
I've been monitoring the Tholian Queen's progress. She hasn't been able to send the signal to her people. Orders?
We protect her while she works. Let's go!
Okay, let's have a little chat. What's the situation here? Where did those alien ships come from? I'd like some straight answers for a change.
Well, you see, piss off.
And I don't need to know, right? I read you, but it doesn't mean I have to like it. That big alien ship is still heading our way. Let's focus on that.
Yeah, let's do it. Captain Bragg went out.
Here they come.
In anything, or just Star Trek, Uthor? By the way, this fight is actually really mean. When we're not in the Dread Carrier.
We just lost our engines. It'll take a while for my chief engineer to work a few miracles. That dreadnought is coming in fast. More ships inbound to our location.
There's the big boy.
My engineers are gonna need time. A lot more time. The
Wait a few seconds.
dreadnought is concentrating fire on the Tholian flagship.
So they're all dead. God, that was seconds. That's hysterical.
Federation, you have proven you are different, rational. This pleases us. We have sent word to our sisters. The Nakul will pay. The Federation will not. Now, vengeance for the slaughter of a generation. Vengeance for our children.
The transmission abruptly ends.
The Queen's message has been sent through subspace and... Yes! The timeline's correcting itself. Good work. Now, we just need to help with... Oh no. The Queen is going to full impulse. She's gonna ram the not cool dreadnought!
I don't remember either, my Komodo. It's a piece of junk, is what it is. By the way, that's a Tholian tarantula, which is also a dreadnought, by the way.
Our engines are still down! We can't escape!
Be seeing you a bit from now.
Look at the Defiant. Perhaps a scan would be in order?
Scanning. I can't tell if there are life signs over there or not. Defiant appears to be phasing in and out of local space-time. The interaction of Nakul chronal energies with the proto-nebula has made this area of space very unstable and prone to rifts into other dimensions.
Is there anything we can do to help?
We might be able to get a lock onto their crew with the computer's assistance and perform an emergency beam out, but we'll need to act fast.
Well, let's do it.
No. I'm afraid that this is their fate. This is one of the hardest things about being a temporal agent. We can only make the changes we have to make, not the ones we want to make.
First of all, you're an idiot.
I'm afraid there's not. History states that the Defiant went missing, only to be found here weeks later by the Enterprise. Though they're lost, we now know that they played an important role in keeping the Federation safe, in protecting the timeline. For what it's worth, I will be sure their heroism is included in my report. The Tholians will remember this as well. This encounter may lead them to be more inward-focused, avoiding conflicts with the Federation, for the time being. At the very least, they will know that it wasn't the Federation that was responsible for the destruction of their colony convoy.
You're a dick, Daniels.
All decks have reported in, Captain. We're ready to return to our own time on your order.
And yeah, I'm kind of with FM Aylward. When you have... I haven't even seen it, Dr. Winter. When you have the level of technology that the temporal agents have, you have a lot of tools at your disposal to help people, and not just hands-off things. We know this because we've seen this. They literally can beam people through time. They've already done it to us in this particular playthrough, if you're paying attention. Never mind all the other nonsense they can do.
Captain Archer had similar concerns when I worked with him. We often disagreed, but in the end, we were able to work past our differences and do the right thing. I hope you and I can do the same. Leaving Defiant to her fate was a hard choice, but it saved untold billions of lives. That has to count for something.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Yeah, we don't talk about Archer around here.
Situation in the Caleb system. The Klingons are massing a battle fleet in that sector, and it's pointed at Federation space. I'm leading a force to respond to this aggression, and I want you to be a part of it. If they cross the line, we need to be ready for anything.
Oh my god. Pax just sent me a picture of a Ferengi in a top hat, and it is exactly as hysterical as you're thinking.
Stay safe out there.
This is a pivotal moment in Federation history. The Nakul may attempt to disrupt it somehow, change the course of time.
You can't change...
We'll need to look for signs of temporal flux. If they show up, we'll need to deal with them, no matter what.
No, it's a character in this game, Mike Kamano. Oh my god, it's way up there. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, hang on. So while we're... I think I can alt-tab in this game, so let's start taking some notes here. And I'll answer some questions while we're en route here. So we've got load times as a negative. We've already done the travel problem, which is what we're currently having the problems with. We've got ground variety. So I guess I could talk about the dilithium market really quick. So this is the dilithium market. Sorry. Game. That thing flickering up there for a millisecond is the dilithium exchange. I'm not sure why I can't use it, but whatever. Now here's how this works out. You... no, there's music. I just have it muted, Loke. So the way this works is you can sell dilithium for Zen, and you can sell Zen for dilithium. This is Zen. You use it for the in-game store. There's a huge amount of stuff you can buy with Zen. From cosmetics, to ships, to upgrade tokens, to things that are way too expensive. This store gets, I'd say, at least 2 negatives just by itself. But we'll talk more about the store later. The more relevant part is you get dilithium in-game, you turn dilithium into Zen, right? Wrong. Because the problem is the dilithium market itself is bonkers. So, there's actually a lot of economic principles running into each other here. But the long and the short of it is the dilithium market needed constant regulation and modulation to actually work. And it didn't get that. And I was going to say there are several people, individuals, I think it's just literally a handful of people, who straight up control the dilithium Zen market. Because they just... all you need is to make one of each character, and then do a couple of things daily, and then you have an absolute glut of dilithium, which you can trade amongst yourself freely, and yada, yada, yada. So, yeah. It wasn't hard for some people to get rich, and here's our dilithium right here, and once they got rich, to control the market, and that sent it spiraling completely out of control, and it's never stopped being out of control. It's come back to slightly less out of control, but it has never stopped being out of control, and it varies, like I said. I'm not sure if we should give the game a negative for in-game economy, but I want to, because the problem is this is something that the designers of the game have total control over. So here's the thing. In real life, there's nobody controlling the economy. Or to explain that a little bit differently, we're not in a simulation where someone... Yes, I did, Luke, I think. We're not in a simulation where someone can actually literally reach in and edit stats and change mechanisms of trade and stuff like that. In a video game, the developers have total control over that economy. Yeah, exactly, Blade Cheval. The fact that they didn't design those safeguards, the fact that there are not those mechanisms in place, the fact that they have not really bothered to any extent to do that, that's the negative. Not the fact that the players have screwed over the economy, the fact that the developers have not stopped them. Because they could. It is possible to control a video game economy. I don't know what else to say about that. So, I should probably mention that the credits economy, which is the other currency, is also just suffering from hyperinflation. Some of you may or may not remember that years and years and years ago, Spirit, who was a viewer of mine, I actually still have a character named after to this very day, donated in-game 80 million credits in order to buy me my Galor-class ship, which I also still have, right? 80 million nowadays is the price of a single piece of equipment. Ships go for the billions range. Oh, it's one of the broken stars. Check it out. I can show off the lighting bug. Hang on. I might have to back up a bit. So watch for the star's corona. There it is. So there's the star's corona, right? Then it's not there. And if we get right in the middle of the two... There we go. Perfect! If you're seeing this at less than 60 frames per second, you might actually not be seeing this. It's one of my favorite lighting bugs in the whole game. Anyways. Oh yeah, lockbox ships are nuts. Just absolutely bonkers, like I said. That's a long question, Evo. I suppose the answer to that really is everything. But the problem is... How do I explain this? The problem is most developers don't want to control their economy completely. You're probably thinking, but why, Lore? And where's my beetle stuff? Well, I didn't know you were the Grand Nagus there. But regardless, the big reason why is because a lot of the people who are the rich, let's call them what they are, Rule Zero violators who tend to try and control and dominate markets in MMOs, usually have a lot of subs going and spend a lot of real money in order to try and keep the game in question going. And they tend to compete with each other, which means spending more money in order to try and stay ahead of the other person. What I'm trying to say is that the developers tend to actually benefit from these assholes existing in their economy because they quite literally make more money off of them. If they were to try and bring these economies in line, in real life, they would be losing money. I know we're talking about two separate economies, but you get my point, right? That is a reason, not the only reason, that some MMO designers have not bothered to. The other reason is a really obvious one. Most MMO designers have no idea how economics works. Let's be honest with ourselves. Most economists don't know how economics works. So, what most MMO designers tend to do is big, broad, sweeping changes that have unforeseen, or at least they didn't foresee, domino effects, which cause all sorts of other issues down the line, and so the economy just actually gets worse. And some MMO designers learn the lesson of just staying hands-off and saying, nope, we're not even going to deal with it. I mean, I do DJT, but that's because I invented the damn thing.
This is Admiral Garrett, on board the USS Yorktown. I'm the commanding officer of this task force. Our long-range sensor platforms have detected a Klingon battle fleet massing near this system. At the moment, they're attacking our subspace relay network in order to disrupt communications and long-range surveillance in this sector.
Yeah, go ahead, Flagend. Sorry, hang on, I actually have a specific...
We have the Klingons outnumbered at this time. Should they abandon reason and follow a standard attack doctrine, fire to disable their ships if possible. A strong show of force should send them back to their side of the line. All ships, go to yellow alert. Garrett out.
The Admiral is hailing the Klingons on all frequencies. No response.
I'll get a response from them.
The Klingons are making an attack run on the subspace relays. The Admiral has signaled weapons free.
Oh my god. That's terrifying, Flagant. I want you to know that. I'm gonna be scarred from that. Listen, I'll show you how to diplomatize.
Klingon formation is breaking. All ships, give chase.
Dominion style. EVE Online's a bit different because it's part of its selling point is that it has an economy. Even that economy has issues, though. By the way, every one of those purple beams, that's all my little fighters. Also the purple shots and everything else. So you notice my objective is not to kill them, but to chase them. If you're wondering why that thing has been at 1 health for the last minute or so. Here. Pro tip for anybody playing this game. Find this ability right here. It's called Evasive Maneuvers. Put it on your bar. Use it on cooldown. It increases your speed and your maneuverability substantially, and it's got a 45-ish second cooldown. There's also ways to reduce its cooldown. I'll show that off later.
Something odd on the sensors, Captain. Reminds me of a cloak.
Torpedoes on my mark. Oh no, it's a D5. God, look at my ship next to the others.
Klingon ships? Decloaking! All ships, this is Garrett. Execute battle plan Sigma 4. Repeat, execute Concentrate fire on the cruisers. We need to protect them.
I think we're fine. I can't even see the Klingon ship that's above me. It's completely hidden by the mast that is my ship. It's got a tractor beam on my dreadnought. Oh, jeez, the Enterprise J, that's even better. I should have bought the frickin' universe just for this.
The mighty Federation has been brought to heel at last by the Klingon Empire. Those who remain shall know mercy in return for your unconditional surrender.
I thought the Klingons didn't take prisoners, Core.
We Klingons can be gracious in victory, though should you wish to die in battle with honor, I will gladly oblige you.
I'm picking up a temporal anomaly on one of the Klingon ships. It's consistent with readings we've seen at previous Nakul incursions. They're trying to interfere with the timeline gap.
I mean, I just can't break out of this tractor beam. It's too much for me, Daniels.
Leave that to me. I'll modify the transporter and beam you over, past their shields. Once on board, free the ship and neutralize the anomaly if you can. Hurry. We're literally running out of time.
Let's friggin' go.
Daniels beamed us into a barracks. I'm not picking up any security alerts. Looks like we got the drop on the Klingons. I brought several photon charges along. If placed tactically, we can use them to disrupt this ship's power grid and take down the tractor beam.
Well, then let's frickety do it. God, do I have to think of everything around here? Let's go. I like this.
That door to the left leads to an engineering section. Good place to set a charge.
In case you missed that, the tutorial pop-up says, you're in a hazardous environment. Oh my god, what have you been doing to your ship? Oh god, oh, the smell. Oh, it's horrible. I don't think anyone's bathed here in 3 months.
This is the captain. There are intruders in the engineering section. Eliminate them immediately.
So much for the element of surprise. Damn! The door's locked and we don't have their door codes.
We've got it open.
I can bypass it, but it'll take a little time.
You can tell it's a Klingon ship. There's Klingon Empire symbols everywhere. Like, just absolutely everywhere. Klingons.
Lab over here. Probably the only one on a ship of this size. Another good spot for a bomb.
Excuse me. Here to kill you all. I have a grenade to the face. Yeah, just in case you forgot, you work for the Klingons! The Klingons are really big on branding. We all know this. Yeah, a weirdly large amount of effort was done into these TOS missions. They're actually pretty decent quality overall. Which, I know everyone in chat's like, what? These missions suck! There's worse than this. Yeah, imagine a ship that size that's all battle.
Those charges will do some damage. Now we just have to find the tractor beam controls.
You need to finish them now. All of
that.
them. You don't understand how dangerous they are.
I don't need to do anything. Do not forget who is captain here and who is merely a visitor.
You the means to victory. I suggest you use them. Now.
Noted, though it seems we have other concerns now.
I warned you, Core. Deal with this. Don't fail me.
Yeah, sure thing, future guy.
Well, well, I was hoping for Kirk, but I got you. Pity.
So, okay. I don't want to give away too much, but that's not...
So you're the Federation globflies who found their way onto my ship. A bold maneuver, to be sure. Bold or not, you remain insects. A minor nuisance to be exterminated, swiftly and without mercy.
All right, you know what? We'll talk about it later. All I'm going to say right now is that person's going to come up later. Moving on. So, hey, Core. You're an idiot.
And in that way, we are alike, for we both are here to help ourselves.
Did he just...
Today, I will take what I want in the Empire's name and use it to utterly defeat the Federation. And the Nakul? Should the time for war come, we will meet them in glorious battle. But for now, our goals align.
Right. Well, time to kill Core. Don't worry, Dax. I won't beat him up too badly. Another grenade to the face.
The charges are ready to blow. We should get back to the ship and take out the tractor beam. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's get out of here. The Organians, they're busy. They got stuff to do. Yeah, that battle is actually mentioned in Deep Space Nine. Just to mention how ridiculous the level of connections are. Come on, game. Oh my god. Load times. Load times. I hope you really like Rise. You're going to be seeing a lot of that. Peace. Alright, obliterate it for me, everyone, please. Target the shields.
This is Gary. We're outmatched here. Disengage, under best possible power.
We are?
Well done. Thanks for the help.
That's true, Mike Kamano. A technicality, admittedly, but still true.
Nice work. I owe you one.
Oh, you want to fight me some more? Okay, here's my entire fleet. Oh, you want to run away?
We're heading 265 Mark 10
Probably a good move.
at best speed.
Run while you can, Starfleet. You won't get far.
You realize I'm not running, right? Right, Mike Milano. Ugh. You don't know what you're talking about, Zactef. My pilots are fine. It's weird being this slow and birthy. I mean, this is kind of how this ship is naturally. It has very slow turn rate and very slow engine rate. It's just, I usually have gear that makes up for that deficiency. Get used to this boss concept, by the way. Enemy shows up. Gets the crap beaten out of it. Cloaks or beams away. Rinse and repeat. It's a really common boss type. They've leaned onto it a lot lately. It's a little bit discouraging. Like some of the boss fights in the dumb story arc are just that. Just ha-ha! And I'm out. Ha-ha! And I'm out. This gets a pass. This exact mission gets a pass. But there will be later missions where they really overabuse that. final stand against the Klingons. You can't replay TOS missions from the menu select because it's not available, essentially. Like, you'd have to make a new TOS character.
You've done us all proud. Give them hell, my friend.
Well, time to live for 2 minutes.
At least one Starfleet officer has the courage to die well. Tomedun Bomedun.
They're actually hurting my shields. I'm a little bit impressed. By the way, your evasion rating is directly tied to your speed. You only get 100% of your evasion if you're going full speed, which, if you're paying attention, means you get 0% of your evasion if you're still sitting still, like I currently am. We've killed a lot of Klingons. Okay, I'll go ahead and start actually playing the game. Why not? Hey, patrol ships, can you heal me?
Fight like a Klingon, Captain. Now die like one. Come on!
Yeah, by the way, they're attacking us with multiple D9s, which I don't even think I need to say anything else about that, honestly. But oh, we're dead. Yeah, we're supposed to have died like a minute and a half ago.
I'm afraid you're dead. Your ship was destroyed in combat while protecting the retreat of Admiral Garrett's forces.
Damn it.
Your sacrifice allowed Garrett to warn Starfleet about Klingon cloaking tech. But your ship was lost with all hands.
So yes, that was the first showcasing of Klingon cloak.
That's what's in the history books. I've brought you and the crew members I could save to the early 25th century.
Hey, look, you can
recruited
do
as
that.
a temporal agent. Since you're dead, we're giving you a new identity. We have a speed training and reacclimation process that will help you to fit in.
Which is...
I know this is a bit unusual, but you'll get used to it.
Convenient as hell, by the way. Let's just teach you years of academy going by beaming some stuff into your brain. What? Just... what? Why even have a Starfleet Academy? Good God. Like, what's the point of it at that point? I know, they probably don't in the future, or whatever.
Welcome, nerds. Space Dock. Busy day on the holodeck, sir? I love dressing up for those historical holo novels, too. My Harry Mudd costume took first prize last year. That being said, you're scheduled for a meeting with the top brass, so you might want to update your uniform beforehand. The Admiral can be a stickler for that sort of detail, after all.
Right.
Congratulations, Lieutenant Commander.
So I should probably mention, our character actually does have a voice. Although only in the most recent story arc, the one that literally just came out.
Meeting with the top brass, so you might want to update your uniform beforehand. The Admiral can be a stickler for that sort of detail, after all.
So only something that literally was updated a few months ago do we finally have a voice. We'll get there. So this is a great feature. It should be in more missions. It's in a couple. Shush, Warp Core.
Welcome to my shop. That's a fine replica uniform you have there. Mid-23rd century, yes. My compliments to your replicator. Now, if you'd like to update to something from this century, have a look around and let me know if there's anything I can do for you.
Sure thing.
Hello. You can alter your uniform and look here.
Which we, of course, are not doing. Because we're not crazy. So welcome to ESD. This may look a bit weird earlier. This is actually the third ESD, but the second one that actually matters. We'll talk about that later. So hold up. Let's talk town design, shall we? So, there's two ways in which we judge a town, a hub, actually. One is story, one is gameplay. Story-wise, you can kind of tell looking around. It looks very Starfleet. Nice, clean, crisp lines, very late Voyager, late DS9 kind of a look. You can actually look out, hang on, and see most of the ships just hanging out in the actual space dock out there. They usually like to put some ships up that you can buy. There's an Oberth right there for some freaking reason. We've got most of the ship stuff down here. Buy the ships. That over there, the exchange. By the way, nice big red letters up there up top. Also, the map is pretty well laid out too. But anyways, exchange stuff is over there. We got requisitions over there. We've got the command center up there. Transport is a nice big thing. We got to go to the club. Very important to go to the club. That's a good question, Mike Romano. Infirmary. Lots of people roaming around, both players and NPCs. That's that set dressing again. There we go. Oh, yeah, that's better. Anyways, nobody ever comes into this room. Don't ever come into this room. You're someone in the worst uniform in the game. It's back. Yeah, I've actually seen the Tier 6 Oberth. That's probably why it's out there, because they usually do that. Notice how Guinan over there just walked over the counter? You probably didn't notice it, but that's what I was talking about with regards to the whole pathfinding thing and how their solution to that is just to kind of bypass it completely. Listen, see that woman on the left there? Much better uniform than yours. Now, if I'm being honest, I'm not actually super impressed with this from a story perspective, but I think it should still deserve 1+ to story. Gameplay-wise, on the other hand, the layout is probably still only 1+ to gameplay. Everything's pretty structured, but really, there's a triad going on here. There's one point of the triangle right there, that's the ship stuff. There's one point of the triangle up there, that's the exchange. And then there's one point of the triangle over there, that's your officers, and your transporter, and your space, and, the actual missions givings, and all that stuff. Boom, boom, boom. Hi. The layout is good. It is not bad, but I have seen better hub layouts because I've played World of Warcraft. Yeah, the old ESD would absolutely not get pluses to gameplay because it was terrible. Very appropriate music for what's going on right now. Yeah, there's some really bad WoW cities, but there's also some really good ones. So that's FM Aylward, that's Flygand. I'm not sure who this is on my left here. Oh, Vanilla Orgrimmar was just bad. Ah, it's Chthon! What's up, everyone? I'm surprised you figured out which one I was in, to be honest with you. Alright, so let's update the HUD, because we're about to chop off for the night. I was actually going to do something else tonight. I guess we'll wait for it until later. We're in no rush. Oh yeah, one other little piece of advice. If you make if you make several characters in this game, you can choose between Klingon and Federation. Pick Federation. Just pick Federation. So, I'm gonna explain that briefly, okay? Originally, the Klingons had no content whatsoever. As in, no quests, no missions, no nothing, okay? You might be thinking, why were Klingons in the game? Well, because there was this thing circling around the MMO space at the time. It's something that has poisoned and infected many MMOs. It's the two-faction PvP system that kind of came from WoW, but even WoW actually wasn't the originator of that. So originally, the Klingons were the PvP faction. Thank you, FM Aylward. Scare them all! So, the Klingons were who you PvP'd on. PvP is still in this game. It's pretty crap. That's not fair. There's actually some good competitive stuff. But the PvP stuff is, the other stuff is terrible. But we'll get there, Point is, the Klingons were originally just that. And they have spent literally the last 10 years trying to bring the Klingons up from nothing to barely acceptable. They are still not as good as the Feds, because the Feds have always been the best in terms of content and production and backing and areas and story and just everything. The Feds are the main campaign faction, if you will. Eventually, the Klingons might someday equal that, but they still don't, as of this point in time. As an aside, some of the quests, which is this button apparently, are a little bit different. If you are a Romulan, even if you go Fed, and if you are a Klingon, they're very different, and we'll do all that stuff later. We'll show that off. Now, ignore the Elachi thing there. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't look behind you. It's fine. It's fine. Ignore the giant bug. Everything's fine. This is just normal ESD stuff. I was going to talk about one other thing before we chop off and delete this character and erase her from history. Oh, I know. If you go Romulan, then Klingon, it's just weird. Oh, yeah, there's a runabout. You thought I was joking. There's a runabout that you can summon. It's actually really nice. I use it. My ground build is best described as Summoner. I summon a huge amount of things, and they kill stuff for me. I don't actually remember where you get the Elachi Walker. Listen, Warp Core. It's the only way. I suppose let's do one other, random thing right now really quick. Hang on, I'm actually gonna change characters really quick. Switch down to my main, who ironically is not in the Star Destroyer. I mean, it is Warp Core, that's true. But I meant on ground. Oh god, I'm back in Deep Space Nine. Okay. There's a Taylor here. Yep, there's one right over there. Hey, my actual controls. Yay for proper key bindings. So this is the Taylor screen, okay? I actually have 3 outfits. This is me, over here. Usually I walk around in this. I've also got this, just in case I feel like feeling Iconian. So the way this works is you pop into here, and you have access to 700 trillion options. I'm barely exaggerating. The number of possible combinations and permutations, and the fact that a huge amount of this is modular, the fact that I could just decide to be in the temporal battle suit if I feel like it. The amount of options here is actually legitimately ludicrous. It's hard to properly emphasize it. A huge amount of these cost money. And I'm trying to find... There's one specific thing. Here, let's go to uniform. There it is. You see this screen right here? So it's probably hard to see on stream, but every single one of those numbers next to a little coin, that costs real money. This is why the in-game store has some issues and is probably going to be a double negative by itself, among other reasons. So a huge amount of that stuff costs money. In the interest of fairness, there's also a huge amount of it that does not. You also unlock stuff just by doing quests and by getting reps and by getting sets. Sets can come from missions and from reputation and from events. And so that's why I have so much of this stuff over here. And what the heck is that? Oh my god. That looks terrible. That's not any better. That's what... Who designed this crap? Much better. That's a lie. That looks like crap. Anyways. So there is a tremendous amount of stuff here that you can do. So much so, it's kind of silly how much stuff you can do here. I will also mention that we need to establish a precedent here because Tor has a similar situation but worse. So both STO and Tor have a huge amount of customization options in the cosmetics here, right? But Tor costs more, put simply. More of the options require money in Tor and are more tied to the in-game shop, whereas in here, there is a portion, but it's still a minority as opposed to a plurality. There's a beachwear section? What's a Borath robe? What is all this stuff? What is this? Anyways. So, what I'm thinking is a full 3 positives for customization. Just clunk. And then what I'm thinking is 1 negative for how much it's tied to the store. And that way we can give more than 1 negative to Tor. What are y'all thinking? Oh yeah, that's the Klingon idiots. Well, you heard me. There you go. How many of you recognize this stupid thing? 'Cause I don't wear it. I should probably mention there's one other thing here. Let's cancel out of this. You can also customize your bridge officers, which is why my bridge officers each have their own custom uniform, as you can see here. At least the bridge officers I care about. You can tell I don't care that much about Mr. Kurland. He just looks like a Power Ranger. Don't look at him. Don't worry about him. Or him. Or... Anyways, point being... Point being... By the way, I actually really like this thing from the side. I'm pretty sure that would break the legs of, you know, a normal human, which is what that person is. But, you know, I don't think they really need legs. Honestly. See? Who needs legs? Now, ironically, there's another game we'll cover which will have even more positives for customization. But we'll get there someday. Yeah, no kidding, Mike. Come on, I don't know why they did that. I guess that's actually kind of it. I suppose, hang on, I want to show off one other thing very quickly. I'm not sure where to do that here. I don't know DS9's layout by heart, believe it or not. Looking around, I guess I can just pull up the map here. What do we got? Yeah, let's run around Deep Space Nine for a second. Very appropriate Deep Space Nine music. Is that it? There it is. Oh, by the way, this is what a modern Gorn looks like. They're pretty cool. So, this is kind of strange. I didn't mean to hit that button. So, there are cosmetics for the ship. There's not that many, and they're not that well done, with one big exception, which we're not covering right now. But there are the abilities to change the material type, so you can see you can kind of change the overall skin type there. You can see how that actually alters several aspects of the thing. And honestly, that's kind of it. You can change the windows, if you can even tell the difference. Awesome. There's the interiors. We've actually already talked about that. That's just whatever. There's some presets here, which you have to gain access to by having the ship that looks like that. So that's not a thing that usually happens. So yeah, the only thing that really matters is the materials. It's kind of whatever. Honestly, I'd be willing to call this one just straight up a wash. My opinion. The actual ship cosmetics, that's a little bit more later. And yeah, oh yeah, you can mix and match depending on which part you want to be what. You can be like, hey, we can change just the hull or whatever. It's there. I don't think it's particularly good. I honestly think that in a game that is, you know, like this, they're missing out on the cosmetic options, which I suppose is as good a time as any to segue into something. One of the things I wish this game would do, and hasn't done, is allow you to change the appearance of your ship. I know what you're thinking. Lord, you just showed me you can do that. No. Do you mean the shields? No. What I wish, what I want, is the ability to, you can call it a holographic projector, right? And I want the ability to fly around looking like Ship X. You get it? I want to fly around in a D'Deridex Warbird, regardless of the fact that I'm in my Lexington, or the Jem'Hadar Imperial Star Destroyer, or a freaking shuttle, or whatever I want to, right? I want to be able to fly around and replace the appearance of my ship with the appearance of another ship. And what's funny is the game could absolutely support this because it actually has something that can do this. They use it for specific missions. And all they need to do is change it so that you see this thing right here. There's actually a visual tab to change your deflector, your impulse, and your shields. All they need to do is add a fourth tab right down below here. Holographic projector. And, you know, because there's a lot of ways they could make it so you could procure that, but, you know, I happen to own this ship, so I get the thing for that, or whatever, right? Exactly, Flygant. So, yeah, a ship glamour. I think that would be extremely cool. I admit part of the reason I think that is because I actually hate the appearance of the ship I fly around, the Lexington. I think it looks like crap. It is, however, my best ship by far. So... Oh no, they'll never see this stream. Nobody gives a damn about me, Mike Romano. And that's a good a time as any to go ahead and chop off. Yeah, let's not look at them. We don't want to spoil nothing. So, tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as per usual, we'll be going ahead and hang up one of the other intros. Probably much quicker ones overall. And you better type fast, Strathon. For the TFOs, am I still doing solo? We could group up for the TFOs. I need to do some more homework on those, honestly. I haven't yet, so... I'll see you tomorrow.